Gee, everyone. Welcome to yet another day of Arshinga is about ready to pass out. Seriously, I just woke up like 20 minutes ago. So I'm still a little bit out of it. We're going to use a couple of things that Django has helped remind me of in order to get a little caught up and wake up a little bit. And once we're at that, we got a couple of big things to talk about when we get to the Leviathan, which is next, by the way. So why don't we just jump right into this and realize I hadn't cleaned my ears this morning. Oh, shut up, Samurai. I was dead last night. I don't know if you guys actually were watching at the end of the stream while I was trying to help Shadow out. And by the way, Abathur was awesome. I don't know if you actually saw that, but even in my half-dead state, I really enjoyed playing as Abathur. That was a lot of fun. So I don't regret having purchased him. I'm looking forward to trying him out some more in the future. Anyways, so yeah, let's jump right into this. Whoops, this is in the wrong place. This needs to be over here. There we go. Okay, come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Come on. What the hell is Firefox doing? You know what, hang on. I'm going to close chat for a moment because Firefox is being weird, and I think I know why. So we're going to just shut that down. Bring up chat again. Oh, that's why it was doing it. Okay. Okay, we're found. God, this freaking game. It was in a loop. It was in a I need to load this video file loop, and it was taking up more and more resources trying to do so. That's why it was having that issue. So hang on, let's do this. Give me the chat. Bzz, bzz. There we go. Spin to win. Wow, Django. That's actually really funny. But no, I knew that there were the three options. I went with the one I did rather deliberately. And yes, this is the new mod robe. Thanks to Lurker, I think. Auto level, because I don't care. Auto level, because I don't care. Okay.
Sure.
So we got a couple things to turn in here and set up, and that'll hopefully help us wake up a bit, along with the lovely Manon music.
Karth Onesi, is that you?
Jordo?
It is you, isn't it? I knew it when I laid eyes on you. You old space dog. How have you been? I thought for sure you'd be fighting on some ship out there.
I was. I crashed.
That's pretty rich. I can't imagine what it would take to keep you on the ground. Must have something to do with your friend here, eh? How's it going?
Yes, Django, but there's something else that's significant. For the Leviathan thing.
So what are you doing here, Jordo? Last time I saw you was on, well, Telos, actually.
Yeah, it's a shame about home. Telos still hasn't recovered. The family and I moved on, and I'm working for Zerka now. I didn't see you after... what I mean is, my condolences on your wife. I heard what happened. At least your boy made it through all right.
My boy? You mean Dustle?
Yes, of course. I saw him at my last stop on Korriban, though he didn't recognize me. You didn't know he was there?
No. Jordo, Dustle's been missing since the attack on Telos. Are you absolutely certain it was him?
Yeah, I'd recognize Dustle anywhere. Positive. He's joined the Sith, Garth.
What do you mean he's joined the Sith?
There's an academy for the Sith on Korriban. He's a student there. I saw him suited up in their outfit and everything. Sorry, I thought you knew.
No, I didn't. Well, thanks for telling me, Jordo.
Sure, no problem. Good to see you again, Karth. Hope everything works out with Dustil.
Dustil? Dustil is alive. We have to go to the Korriban Academy and find him.
A couple things that I feel like pointing out here. First of all, I really like how that conversation felt like a natural, smooth conversation between two old friends. That was actually pretty cool. Just to make this clear to KoTOR, I read your reasoning, and I'm totally with that. Like I said, I've always felt that there's no real right choice out of the trial. So, it's not like, oh, how could you, So it's an interesting perspective, and I see where you're coming with that. Also, the destroying the shark thing is certainly that is certainly one interesting perspective for it, and very debatable. I'm not sure how that'll work out. Hey, Freddy Bubs. So, second thing I want to point out, though, is notice how Karth's first reaction is not, I've been betrayed. His first reaction is, my son's alive! I like that. I mentioned this with regards to Griff. It shows, again, that even though Karth has his issues and his problems, his very first reaction is, yes! Elation, enthusiasm. Oh, God, I've got to go see him. Not I've got to go save him. Not I've got to go change his mind, even though that is probably on his mind. But his first reaction is, my son is alive. I mention this as well because, just as an aside, I've always personally felt that was probably Vader's first reaction on finding out that finding out Luke's name. That whole there was a whole series of books, a whole adventure basically where Darth Vader figured out the name of the individual who had shot down the Death Star, and when he learned Luke Skywalker, his reaction was, my son's alive. Just that stirring of, my son, Just something I kind of like there.
Thank you. I just have to see him. I have to know what happened to him. All this time I thought he must be a man by now.
Interesting, Django. Well, it was always just my perspective that KoTOR was stronger in this era, which I guess that thing kind of mentions. Not that it matters. Bacta is superior for the reasons already mentioned. Only a Jedi with all the powers of the Force and the training that provides can learn how to unlock the mystic ability to jog.
Karth, you fought in the Mandalorian Wars, didn't you? We may have faced each other in combat. What battles were you in?
I try not to think about my past battles too much. The horrors of war or something I'd rather...
Hey, psychotic.
The horrors of war? My people know only the glory of battle. I'm disappointed in you, Karth. I thought a warrior like you would understand.
I'm not a warrior. I'm a soldier. There's a difference. Warriors attack and conquer. They prey on the weak. Soldiers defend and protect the innocent. Mostly from warriors.
Nice speech. I bet you tell yourself that every night so you can sleep. But I accept who and what I am. I don't have to justify it with words. Victory in battle is my justification.
Justification through victory. So what happens when you lose? Like you did against us.
You had us outnumbered 5-1. You had more ships, more troops, more supplies, and the Jedi on your side. And we still made the Republic tremble before we fell.
Nice speech. I bet you tell yourself that every night so you can sleep. I don't want to talk about this anymore, Canderous. The war is over. You lost.
Both of those are fascinating conversations, because if you think about it, both of them are lying. Hey, Keon. Neither of them really believes what they just said, which is why I like that little conversation. Over here, I think? Alright, just pull them out. I appear to be going the wrong way. Yay! Manon City, ladies and gentlemen. east. I do like the white aesthetic in general. It's one of the things I liked about Camino, even though they had that whole ultraviolet thing going on with that. God, I've played this game how many times? I still get lost in this city. I mean, I don't get lost in Orgrimmar anymore, for God's sakes. Right. Apparently, I'm an idiot. At least we've got some good music and some good aesthetics to enjoy while we go. And by the way, this is a little joke for those of you who watched my Voyager video that went live today, but white is my favorite color, so that's part of my aesthetic enjoyment of this place. Funny thing, I've already had more comments on that video than I have, like, in most of my other Voyager videos combined. Or, not most, but I mean, more than I usually get, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think this is the world that I had the hardest time beating the swoop record on. It was this one or Tatooine, I forget which. But it was definitely one of them. Okay, first, talk to Shayless. I have information for you. No, I upload months in advance, Mike. The Sith are training the youth in the way of the Dark Jedi. That's okay. I'd convinced her not to be stupid evil.
Glad to see we're still the good guys here. Sometimes I think we forget that.
You're new around here, aren't you? My name's Duan. Come on. Seems I'm not ladylike.
Harakert Rift is a source of KoTOR? Why would the Republic risk so much to send troops there? I don't get it.
The reason Revan started wearing the mask, I've actually already said this story, but it basically boils down to there was a Mandalorian who refused to slaughter a group of people, and because they felt it was wrong. It was a she, I'm almost positive. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a KoTOR. And so, you know, his superior was like, okay, you can die with them. You know, die with honor, etc., etc. And they blasted the crap out of him, and the Mandalorian died. And Revan came along, was aware of what happened, picked up the mask, and put it on as a symbolic gesture that he would not stop until this slaughter, and the Mandalorians were stopped. And, yeah, so that's the story behind it. It's actually a really great scene, all things considered. My telling of it does not do it justice. Like I'm just being completely honest with this guy. Yeah, the Republic completely screwed up everything. Just so you know. And he decides to go ahead and hide the Republic's action to ensure that the Sith do not gain a benefit of this. Which I think is actually an interesting perspective. Alright, fine, we'll swoop race. God. If I can remember where to do it at. I'm gonna do it once. Is this swoop? Where do we swoop race? I don't actually remember.
Yeah?
What?
Yes? What?
What?
Yes?
Where? Ah, there he is.
Ganderous. I haven't seen you since the Republic broke our ranks at the Battle of Malachor.
Lorerun. I see you've got some new guns to add to your collection. Times must have been profitable for you since the war.
Very profitable. When the Republic defeated our fleets, I learned a valuable lesson. It's far better to be a freelance mercenary in a war than to be a soldier for the losing side. If you're here to offer me a job, I'm not interested right now. I got so many offers I can't keep up as it is. Maybe that Iridorian skullslacker at the bar, or the Ajani nerf herder cowering in the corner is available.
The Ajani versus Mandalorian divide? You're gonna have to clarify your question, Andes, because I just woke up. I'm still trying to get my brain engaged. And I heard about that lamppost. I'm not sure what to make of that.
Well, nothing. Except that the Ajani are a bunch of fey dancers prancing in a battle with tiny weapons not fit for Mandalorian children. They hardly wear any armor because it slows them down when they run away. But the Ajani are better than the Iridorians. Those savages keep hacking at fallen foe even after death, mutilating the corpse out of pure bloodlust. I even heard they'll turn on each other when the battle fever hits. Who wants to work with someone like that? I could pretty much name my price right now, especially since the Republic's so desperate for mercs all of a sudden.
Got it. Okay.
So why are you telling me?
Okay, I get what your question is now, Dog Andes. I personally think that the variances between the Ajani and the... wait, did I turn in? Yeah, I did. Between the Ajani and the Mandalorians was a deliberate design choice on the behalf of the writers to deliberately show that kind of a contrast. But if you're saying what I think of the contrast, I don't really have much of an opinion on it, because I'm not much for extremes. Even though people excuse me of extremism all the time, which I find absolutely hilarious. Yeah, sorry, not my bag. So, both races have their own little flaws in their mentality, and both are proven to be wrong multiple times, actually. So, I shouldn't say races because the Mandalorians aren't a race, but you get my point. I don't feel like being technically correct today. You know, I imagine this planet would be really pleasant, except I've been to, like, tropical areas where it's, like, ocean and sun, and it's actually really hot and unpleasant around there. We should definitely kill all the sand people. All of them. There's actually more of a discussion there. I just didn't feel like getting into it, honestly. Because we were getting a little bit too real, and I just didn't feel like it. Alright, here we go. We're gonna do the race, just for you guys. As soon as I figure out how to do that. Let's do it. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's do it. Hang on. And Django was too slow. No, trust me, I'm gonna be garbage at this, especially when I'm this passed out right now. Come on. Wake up, iTunes. There you go. Good boy. Where's our racing playlist? There it is. I should lose on purpose. Alright, fine. So we won't play any F-Zero music yet. Okay. I've always wondered what happens when I do this. Hey Dios, I'm racing. Wow. This is just like that pod racing game on the N64. Shots fired. Oh, sorry, I'm... yeah, this is pod racing! Boo. Boo. You're pathetic. It was a joke. I actually enjoyed that game. It just wasn't fast enough for me. Like, I played it for a bit, and I was like, yeah, this is too slow. And so I just put it down. That's pretty much, my perspective on it. Okay, talk to the peoples. I will talk to all the peoples. These don't satiate. Well, what's up? You're going onto the track? You race hard, but you can't keep up with the professionals. Oh, because you don't have a good voice. Okay. How much do you need? 500 credits? Here you go. Yeah, not alone. Just take it. Yep. Peace. Hey, Pandemonium. I am not going to try to win this race, I think, by the way. I mean, I'm not... I hate this race. I remember the Manon race, and I remember as soon as I got on that and saw the course, I was like, oh, God, bad memories. Really bad memories. Just, yeah.
Got something on. Who said I left the Jedi?
You did.
Well, technically, I was only a Padawan. Not that that makes a difference to most, but as for the Order itself, no, I never left it. It left me.
What do you mean it left you?
You know what I hate? Well, lots of things really, but I'm old and easily annoyed, but that's besides the point. What I really hate are how most people view the Jedi. Everyone thinks that the Jedi are perfect, that they can do no wrong. They think the Jedi Council is completely incapable of injustice.
I certainly don't think that.
I guess you aren't as stupid as you sometimes act. No doubt you've been on the receiving end of Jedi justice at least once, eh?
You
And
know,
I'm not even
Jolie.
talking about how some of us fall to the dark side. No, that's plenty indication of our fallibility. but it's something else entirely. No, I'm talking about how more than often not, your average robe-wearing Jedi can try to do the right thing and still be completely wrong.
Nobody can be right about everything.
That's true, but it's not what I meant. I guess I'm not being clear, am I? Come to think of it, I don't have to be clear. Someone my age is entitled to ramble, damn it. But for your sake, I'll try to explain. I'll tell you a little tale about a Jedi master I once knew. Hortath, I think. Or was it Horthoff? I can never get it straight.
Okay. Continue.
Where was I then? Oh yes, Master Hortath. He was a kindly old Jedi who meant well, but the most nearsighted thing in the Corps, I swear. He would walk into walls, knock over tables, mistake apprentices for rancor beasts, that sort of thing. And he was too proud to
shut up,
submit to
Lurker.
proper treatment. Some used to counsel him and urge to use the Force, Master Hortath. Allow the Force to see for you. But he refused to believe that his eyes were failing. He simply squinted more and more as the years went on. The other Jedi resignedly passing it off as the amusing quirk of a compassionate old man. So, one day a young Padawan meets Master Hortath in the courtyard and, not knowing of his blindness, asks him for directions to the Council. Quite sure of himself, Hortath gave the lad directions, which happened to lead back outside and away from the Enclave. The Padawan is confused, naturally. He asks if Master Hortath is sure, and of course Master Hortath says that he is. The Padawan suggests that perhaps he should have asked someone else. But the proud Hortath now feels insulted. He tells the Padawan to take the route he prescribed and no other. Rather dejectedly, the Padawan did as he was told, and so ended up leaving the Jedi Order forever. It was decided that the boy's fate was to leave the Order anyway, though whether that was out of respect for Hortath or because the boy went on to something else, well, we'll never know. Not much. I never knew the Padawan nor met Master Hortath himself.
Yeah, a bit of a literal metaphor there, by the way.
The tale is about blindness, and I thought the point was clear. At any rate, you think about it. You're the one who asked why the Jedi left me, remember? Now let's get going. My feet are itching for a good run.
Yeah. That's another situation that's almost assuredly a made-up story, but makes its point a little bit too bluntly, if I'm honest. But, by the way, we'll be voting for whether Juhani mission or Jolie rescues us. So think about that. Not voting with donations or anything. We'll just do a poll in a minute here. Let's see. Right, I should start. Really wish there was an auto run in this game. Hey, there's a guy with a gun.
Ah, so we meet again, Canderous. It has been quite a long time.
Joggy? He was a warrior under my command up to the Battle of Althir. But I thought...
You thought I was dead, didn't you? You thought all of us that you had sent on that attack had perished. You sent us to die in a foolish attack, while you directed your forces elsewhere. You broke from the battle plan and let us die for it, so that you could have the honor of being the first to kill the enemy commander.
I did what was prudent at the time. If I had not done it, the battle would have...
The battle would have been won anyway. I am tired of your excuses, Canderous. I have spent years tracking you down since the clans were banished, and I will not rest until I've had my vengeance. I challenge you, Canderous. I challenge you to fight the fight you fled that day above Althir, in the doomed seas of Tatooine. I will be waiting for you. I have spread the news of the challenge since I learned you had landed on this world. All the surviving Mandalorian clans know of what I do here, and that we shall meet on Tatooine to settle this debt of vengeance once and for all. If you fail to meet me there, you shall be stripped of all honor and forever cast out of our society. It will be you and me alone in the doomed seas of Tatooine. A final battle that can only end in death. I shall be waiting for you there, Canderous.
Interesting little situation, because, as I said, one of Canderous' most defined traits here is regret and resignation. And it's interesting to me especially, because, much of his character arc involving KoTOR 1 and leading into KoTOR 2 is about him trying to make up for that, rather than giving up, going ahead and moving forward to try and accomplish something with his life.
I've been given a challenge I can't ignore. We've got to go to the dune seas of Tatooine, so I can find Jagi and kill him for his insult to me. This is between me and Jagi. You don't have to get involved. If you're lucky, he might spill something before I spread him in a paste over the dunes.
Notice how he's basically refusing to tell us what happened there. And given how defensive he sounded when Jagi confronted him on the issue. Yeah. Do-do-do-do. Oh, goodness. Oh, excuse me, guys. Yeah, the fix for Zor worked, by the way. And we got to watch him die slowly and horribly. It was pretty enjoyable. You know, I gotta be honest, I literally cannot picture playing this on a pad. I mean, I can't picture playing most games on a pad, but this is just another in that list. That would just drive me bonkers, I think. Yes, Pandemonium, before we hit the Leviathan. God, my throat really hurts. I'm gonna have to go gargle in a bit here. Alright, you. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, I've seen that Lava Dude. I'm not sure why that is. There's a couple of weird changes between the Xbox and the PC version, like that, like Zor turning from a Twi'lek into a human, or rather a human into a Twi'lek, because the Xbox version was first. So, which I'll almost never do this quest because of the swoop racing. So what am I supposed to do here, Django? I defer to your expertise while I get my playlist going here. Where is the other song? Where's Mute City? There's Mute City. Okay. I've lost Django, guys. No, Django's dead. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the poll now, because we're not too far off. Fine, we'll go ahead and let you choose anyone to rescue us. Julie, Juhani, Mission, which are the three best options, by the way, HK, T3. Is that it? Is that everyone who can do it? I'm missing someone, aren't I? Who else can rescue you? Well, whatever. Alright, you keep it. Okay. Yay. Okay. Canderous. I always forget about Canderous. Yeah, there's your... Whoa! Yes, log in. What the... what the hell? I wasn't signed into Twitch? Seriously? Ah, god damn it, Twitch. Hang on, I've lost Nightbot, too. Damn it. And now I've lost my Twitch chat. Crikey. Come on. Connect to Twitch chat. There you go. Okay, so let's try this again. There we go. Okay, there's your options. Vote it up. Alright, here we go. We'll do one race while we wait for this. Okay, let's do it. Wait, we need our music. Mute City. He's dancing. He's doing the shepherd dance. It's like golf. Okay, we're just keeping track of our scores, basically. I just lost this one. Beating 22 on this one is nuts. Alright, anyways, enough F-Zero music. We lose. Yeah. Boo, boo, boo. You suck, Garsh. I mean, Revan. You're the worst ever.
Got something. You did what was necessary. Sunry was guilty. As sad as that fact makes me, justice had to be done. Doesn't matter that his victim was a Sith or that he was once a hero. I only wish that my old friend hadn't done it. But that's the thing about wishes. They don't come true. And now Sunry's dead, which is a shame. He was a good man, you know, once. I don't want to talk about this anymore. My jaw aches.
I don't think I ever finished KoTOR 2 racing either. I could be wrong, but I have no strong memory of that. See if we get picked up on the way to Tatooine. Yeah, we do.
What happened? What's going on?
Sith interdictor ship. They must have been waiting for us on the hyperspace route. We're caught in their tractor beam.
Do you recognize the ship?
It's the
Yep.
Leviathan. Saul Careth's vessel. My old mentor. Admiral Careth taught me everything I know about being a soldier. He was a legend in the Republic fleet, and a hero to me until he betrayed us. When the Sith attacked my homeworld, the Leviathan, which is Saul Careth's flagship, was at the head of the fleet. My family was destroyed that day, and my wife died in the Sith bombardment.
We know all this, Karth. As an aside, it's pretty heavily implied that since they literally pulled us out of hyperspace, that they have some kind of gravity well technology on the Leviathan.
That is not the way of the Jedi. Vengeance, anger, emotion. These things lead to the dark side.
I'm not gonna do anything stupid. I mean, I won't throw our lives away in some mad quest for vengeance, but if I get a chance to kill Saul during our escape, nobody better get in my way.
Talk of an escape is somewhat premature, don't you think? We don't even have a plan to get out of this mess yet.
I'll admit, it won't be easy. Saul's no fool, and he won't underestimate us either. You can count on plenty of guards watching every move we make.
Maybe Admiral Kareth doesn't know how many of us there are on board. We all have special talents. Talents we could exploit so that one of us could stage a rescue. We just have to figure out who has the best chance to avoid capture so they can come and rescue us later.
I hope you guys pick Jolie, because his rescue is by far the best here, IMO. So, pull, close. Jolie by a landslide.
Well, if we're gonna pick someone to save our skins, we better do it quick. In another minute, we're gonna have Sith troops marching up our loading ramp.
Jolie.
I don't think I could use my force powers to convince a whole squadron of troopers to let me go free, but maybe I can use it to get them to take me to a separate cell. They'll probably only leave a single guard to watch over an old man like me. I could use the force to convince the guard to set me free. Then I could free the rest of you.
Hey, Fenrir.
Hold on, they're dragging us into the docking bridge.
I usually go with mission actually as well, and then I saw Jolie's for the first time, and nowadays I just kind of bounce between the two.
Bastila, Karth, and the crew have been taken prisoner as you ordered, Commander.
Excellent. Have you searched the ship thoroughly? Admiral Kareth warned me to be on alert for any kind of treachery.
We found an old man in the back. I think we should keep him separate from the others for questioning.
A strange request. And why do you think this old man should be segregated?
I'm not sure, Commander. After speaking with him, I just think we should question him away from the others. I agree, Commander. After speaking with the old man, I think we should question him away from the others.
Very well. The Admiral's probably too busy to bother with this.
I love how they can't even explain that they've been force influenced there.
Report back to me if you learn anything.
So now we're about to be horribly tortured.
Far too long since we last spoke. I see the recent months have not been kind in your case. I barely recognized you.
But I recognize you, Saul. I see your face every night, even as I promised myself I would kill you for what you did to my homeworld.
Did you learn nothing in your time under me? As a soldier, you should understand that casualties were unavoidable. This was an act of...
It was a cowardly act of betrayal. Your fleet bombed a civilian target into oblivion without warning or provocation, and the blood of those innocent people is on your hands.
In war, even the innocent must die. The Sith would not accept me until I proved I had truly turned my back on the Republic by bombing the planet.
My wife died in that attack, Saul. And for that, I swear I'll kill you.
You used to be a man of action, not of empty words. Cling to your lust for revenge if you must, but spare me your tired threats. I've heard them all before. You're an insignificant part of these events anyway. Lord Malak is far more interested in your Jedi companions. He has great plans for them.
We will never serve Malak or the dark side. The Sith will be destroyed, Admiral Kareth, as will you if you don't turn away from this path.
Your words are brave, Bastila, but the lure of the dark side is hard to resist, or so I've been told. I wonder if your companion is as devoted to the light as you are. You're defiant. I'm certain Malak will find your loyalty to the Jedi amusing. The Dark Lord would probably reward me if I just killed you once and for all, but he may want to question you given the trouble you've caused him, and the history between you. You mean... Oh, this can't be true, can it? You really don't know what's going on here, do you? Well, I won't be the one to deprive Malak of the pleasure of telling you himself. The Dark Lord will no doubt torture you for information and for his own twisted pleasure. Eventually, you will tell him everything. The Sith can be very persuasive. However, Lord Malak is in another sector. It may be some time before he arrives, so I suppose I will have to fill in for him until then. Activate the torture fields. Enough. I don't want them to pass out before I question them. Malak will appreciate any information I can give him when he arrives.
Don't waste your breath, Saul. We won't answer any of your questions.
I'm sure you won't. However, we both know your friend's loyalties have proven in the past to be somewhat flexible. I am interrogating you, not the other way around. You will answer questions, not ask them. It is time to put your loyalty to the test. I doubt torturing you will gain me your true cooperation. Your will is too strong to be broken that way. However, even the strongest of heroes has trouble watching those they care about suffering. The interrogation will begin now. Each time you refuse to answer or give me a false answer, Bastila will suffer.
My pain is meaningless. Tell him nothing.
I tire of these games. Now I want answers. On what planet is the Jedi Academy at which you were trained?
I was trained on Alderaan.
Alderaan is nothing but a planet of artisans and philosophers. There is no training academy there. You must think this is a game.
By the way,
Very well.
wonderful
This is
joke
the
there.
price of your resistance.
The Alderaan-Dantooine switch there.
Enough. You see what happens when you try to defy me. This first question was a test. Obviously, Malak knew the Academy was on Dantooine, and it has since been destroyed by our fleet. Dantooine is an empty graveyard now. Nothing is there but a smoking ruin and the charred remains of your former masters.
Actually, a lot of the Jedi got out, but whatever.
It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. The fact remains that the Jedi on Dantooine have been eradicated, along with any hope of someone coming to rescue you. Now, tell me your mission. How were the Jedi planning on using you to stop Lord Malak and our Sith Armada?
We were sent to assassinate Lord Malak.
Do you take me for a fool? The Jedi are not assassins. They would never devise such a plan.
I don't know,
Perhaps you need a
Django.
reminder
I think
of
they're
the
just stupid.
consequences of refusing to cooperate.
No. No! Pain!
Listen, can you not hear her suffering? You can spare her further pain by simply answering my questions. Now I will ask again, on what mission did the Jedi Council send you?
You are a sick and evil man, Saul Karath.
Perhaps another lesson is in order.
No! No! I beg you, no! Mercy! No!
I am surprised she did not pass out sooner. Rarely have I seen someone withstand such punishment and remain conscious. I see I am wasting my time here. When Malak arrives, you will learn my interrogation techniques are considered merciful among the Sith. I will leave you here in your cell with a small taste of the horrors you will suffer.
What kind of man is Saul Karath? The kind of man who leaves people in torture cells with the torture field on and just walks out of the room.
Don't try to move too quickly. You might not be fully recovered yet. Admiral Karath had his guards continue to torture you even after you passed out.
They tortured all of us, though you got the worst of it by far. Saul wanted them to make us suffer. He's become some sort of sadistic monster.
The dark side has perverted him, Karth. Once you start down the
no.
tainted path, it leads you ever further into the depths of evil. I fear he is forever lost.
I'm sorry, we gotta pause for just a second, because I just realized we're on the Leviathan. I had a lot of things I was going to talk about, and then I was super tired, so we did some racing stuff. So let's talk, shall we? Let's talk. One of the things that's true when you're doing gaming is you need to emphasize that the main character is super awesome. Otherwise, the players will not think they are super awesome and will have very small willies as a result of this. No, okay, for real now. It's okay, Razuli. I understand being busy in RL. Lord knows I understand that. But in all seriousness, let's talk here, okay? The Arrival is a DLC in Mass Effect 2, and it's one I actually really like a lot. But it did something interesting. It, in order to engender an artificial ticking clock situation with regards to the imminent Reaper invasion, and specifically to ensure that there was no way to save everyone, they knocked out Shepard and then had them wake up, literally with like an hour to go or some ridiculously small amount of time, and you had to rescue yourself. Now, I've talked about that, and in retrospect, and having replayed it again for the marathon last year, it doesn't bother me as much as it used to. But the reason I bring it up is because they did this exact same concept of things in Dragon Age Origins. There's a scene where you're going in and you can fight your way through, in my opinion, the hardest boss in all of Dragon Age Origins, or you can get captured, and then you can choose who is going to come and rescue you, which led to some really awesome scenes. We showed off several of those during Dragon Age Origins as well, right? But both of those events tied back into this event. Because we have been captured here, and now someone is going to help rescue us, right? And that's our only hope of rescue. Now, I mention this because there's two big events that are significant. One is the obvious gameplay event. It gives a chance to have a break in gameplay, because we spend like the whole game playing as Revan, as the Warden, as Shepard, and now it's our chance to play someone else and have literally like a different viewpoint, a different style of play for at least a little bit. Except, as I already mentioned, the Arrival didn't do that, but whatever. The point being, new mindset, new gameplay mechanic, right? So it's, okay, here we go. But there's a lore relevance to this as well, and it's probably the one reason why I still wish they had gone with the you being rescued thing in Mass Effect 2. See, here's the catch. The Warden is not some unholy death, destruction, doom thing. Not really. And neither is Revan. Both of these people, men, women, doesn't matter, both of these individuals were super strong, super competent, super capable because they were great leaders of people. What made them so amazing was their capacity in a group. It's what I like to call the Kirk mentality. Kirk is certainly awesome, really. But the thing that really makes Kirk so capable and so competent, the thing that makes it so that he can accomplish so much, is his faith in his crew, his faith in his ship, right? So, if it wasn't for that... Pause. God, that's terrible!
Peach.
Here, try this.
No.
It's terrible.
I don't
Try
like
it.
soda water.
It's disgusting. Oh, God. Blah. Okay. So I gotta pause for a second, guys. I'm sorry. I know I paused like in mid sentence here, but I've been trying new flavors, and some of you caught me. I was trying a black cherry flavor, and it was terrible. And then I tried this is peach flavored, and it's terrible. Now, fortunately, I was prepared this time. I only put a single can of peach in the fridge. The rest I have actually a whole case of stuff I know I like in there. So, wow! I'll be right back. I need a new drink. Okay, here we go. Plain original. It's literally just seltzer water, Canada Dry. So Kirk factor, right? The idea here is Kirk is awesome, but Kirk is not actually. He isn't awesome in a vacuum. His capacity to trust in his crew and the people around him is what makes him awesome. It's one of the reasons Star Trek V failed. It's one of the reasons Star Trek 2 and 6 are so amazing. Both sides, both movies, 2 and 6, really went out of the way to emphasize that Kirk was great, but he was great in the group that he was working with. It's the exact same thing that we're having here with regards to Revan, and the thing that we have with the Warden. Both of these are great leaders, leader heroes, not simply, well, you know, not I am amazing all by myself. Now, I'm not saying I'm amazing all by myself can't work. James Rayner is probably another good example of I am an amazing leader kind of character, now that I'm thinking about it. But, and I'm not saying that it's necessarily bad, but I like what they're trying to show with this. I like that they're trying to show that Revan, despite all his power and skill, is really amazing because of his crew, of his leadership capacities, of what he can do in a group, with what he can do with others, you know, the coordination thing. That's all I really wanted to mention here. It's just something I really liked about this section. But one other thing I like about this section is this is a classic Act 2 terminus thing. Really, it is. Ultimately, KoTOR 1 could be divided into however many acts. It depends on your perspective. I usually like to think of it as 3 acts. The first act terminates with the destruction of Taurus. It was spoiler alert, by the way. Act 2 terminates here. Act 3 is the end of the game. So, Act 1, that arc is obvious. I've already talked about that. Act 2 has been all about the calm before the storm. It's like, okay, we're just adventuring and going around and learning things and getting stronger and giving more knowledge. And it's kind of like a nice, almost casual paced things. You know, it's just do. It feels like just an adventure, a D&D campaign, if you will. And then this comes along, bam, and reminds you, by the way, here's the stakes, here's the circumstances you're faced with. Oh, and everything you knew is wrong. And that leads into Act 3, where now we know the reality of what's going on. We do one more planet, can be any one of them, and then we go straight to the end game. And yeah, so Act 3 is much more, you know, now with Act 3 you fully understand the stakes of what's going on and how horrible things are and blah, 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 blah. But that's just my perspective on it, because, like I said, KoTOR 1 could be divided into any number of different acts, and my throat actually hurts after drinking that peach abomination, so give me a moment. Now, I agree, Origins did the same general concept of thing. I don't remember. Up is down, out is light, everything you know is wrong. One other thing I want to talk about, Malik isn't even here. This is an interesting little tidbit and note, because I have to laugh at this idea that Malik isn't even here, because it means that Kareth came up with the idea to set up a trap on the hyperspace lane with his interdictor completely on his own. And that makes perfect sense, because I could just picture, here's Saul, Robin Socks, who's awesome. Saul shows up and is like, Lord Malik, I have come up with a plan to trap Revan. And so Malik says, your plan is insignificant, Admiral. Do not make me kill you for trying to question your allegiance. The Admiral's like, but Lord Malik, if we do this, we will have them, and then you will have the Jedi you seek. No, Admiral. All we will have is your sniveling in front of me. Now be gone from my sight before I remove your jaw, like mine was removed by... Shut up! And then Kareth thinks off, and we do the rest of the game and we win. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but there's one other thing I want to talk about here really quick. We have a possible, for the first time in this game, we have something that might be arguably bad writing. I don't know, Mandarton. Like, I really don't. Your plan is insignificant before the power of the Force. Darth Bandon will do many things in order to destroy the enemy, and... Darth Random. Oh my god, that was probably done on purpose. Because virtually every Darth name is indicative of something. We've talked about this, right? You know, Invader, Insidious, Tyrannical, you know, blah, blah, blah. Malice, Revenge. So... so Darth Bandon is Darth Random. That's probably deliberate. That is, knowing BioWare's sense of humor, that is probably deliberate. I mean, the man has 3 lines of dialogue. Oh, excuse me, 4. 4 lines of dialogue, counting his first scene, where he walks up and kills people on the bridge of his own ship for no reason. I am Darth Random. All I do is do things randomly. Die! Sir, that was your daughter. Well, damn it. So, by the way, it is abandoned. I know it's abandoned, Shiryu. I've answered this question myself. People ask me, what does Darth Bandon mean? And I said, it means Darth Abandoned. We talked about this several months ago. But random is much funnier, if you think about it. Darth Random. Okay, moving on. Let's talk about the possibility of bad writing here, okay? Why did the Jedi Council decide to send Revan, because they knew it was Revan, and the one Jedi Malik wants more than anyone else off on a mission together? Seriously, why? I've actually been thinking about this morning. When I got up at like 10:30, so I had a bit of a late start. For those of you who saw my stream at the end of last night, you know why I slept in a bit. And I was doing the dishes, and I was thinking about this exact question: why? And I was trying to come up with an in-lore reason. The only in-lore reason I could come up with, and this is probably damning with praise, is that the Council are frickin' stupid. Their thinking was probably one of 2 things. This is just theoretical here. A, we want to make sure that the things Malik wants most are away from the rest of the Jedi, so the rest of the Jedi will be safe. Or B, we don't understand just how bad things will get if he can turn Bastila to our side. Now, these are both very weak reasons, and I mean weak reasons. However, it is possible that they were using this as a deliberate way to show that the Jedi Council were doing 2 things that keep with the theme of KoTOR 1. Thing 1, lacking the ability to think long-term. In other words, they were going to set off these people as effectively bait in order to ensure that they could be safe without thinking about the long-term consequences of doing that. A very Sith mentality. And B, setting them off as bait is a very pragmatic thing, isn't it? It is doing something horrible in order to try and accomplish a greater good, which is also a big theme with regards to KoTOR 1. And it's ironic because the Council's already done that when they wiped Revan's brain, a bad thing to accomplish a greater good. For those of you who were here yesterday, remember how I talked about the difference between the Justice Lord mentality and the Cisco mentality? Here's an interesting thought. Which do you think the Jedi Council were? Do you think they regretted doing this horrible thing to Revan? Do you think they felt guilty about it? Or do you think they took the Justice Lord perspective and said, this is right. This is what should be. This is how things are correct. You can probably tell by my perspective and how I'm saying this that I agree with the latter, that I think they had the Justice Lord mentality. Just my perspective on it. Or this is just bad writing. And this is the first time I'm willing to admit that this just might be, I shouldn't say bad writing, but literally writing in service of the plot. Rather than coming up with an in-lore reason, they might have just said, okay, look, we need Revan and Bastila together for the story. Go. So that is possible. And it's up to your interpretation, because to my knowledge, there is no specific way of thinking about this. However, the more I've been thinking about this, because I've been thinking about this most of the morning, I personally think it isn't a writing flaw. I think this was done deliberately. I think this was done with in-lore reasons in mind to show just how freaking stupid the Council really was, and to show how far they had fallen. That's my perspective on it. But it could be bad writing. I'm willing to admit this freely and openly. I've actually argued against bad writing in several other aspects of this game and tried to explain my reasonings on that. But this time, that is true, Full Metal. They could have been following the will of the Force, which also would be in keeping with the themes of KoTOR 1. So that is also entirely possible. Now, the Force Bond thing, that is a valid thought process, but, I mean... No, I can't just buy that as the only reason. The only way that I could buy that as the only reason if the Council is even stupider than I am giving them credit for.
Yes, have the single most important Jedi to Malik's war effort, and the only other Jedi Malik cares about be in the same room together at all times, out on their own and vulnerable, because they have a bond together. Yes, good thing.
Yeah, so either so we got three options. The Council are stupid, the Council gives stupid a bad name, or this is an example of writing to the plot. I shouldn't call it bad writing. It really isn't bad writing. It's just, okay, we need this to happen for the sake of the plot, so we're going to make it happen. So it's subpar writing is actually a more accurate way to put that. Good writing would be making it make sense in lore. Which, again, it could be considered to be. That's why I wanted to bring this up for you guys, because I don't think there's a definitive answer here. I don't think there's like, it's this! But I just wanted to give my perspectives on it. And here's several of yours.
A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and attack. Or knowledge and defense, never for attack. That's what flamethrowers are for!
That's kind of my first idea, Nerazaz. The idea that they're sending them off as bait to stay away. Hey, Lamias, to stay away from the whole situation with.
Oh my God, they might.
And the funny part is, as we've already established, Malik then turns around and attacks Dantooine. Let me ask you something, because here's the thing: I don't think this is a bad writing at all. This is definitively intentional, and this, because I remember reading an interview about this. I forget the gentleman, but the interview was like, I wanted to show the Jedi's belief in their own infallibility by having them not even prepare their own defenses. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's what the interview said. So in other words, Dantooine, which is barely defended and further out on the rim, so not having the full Republic might behind it, has a bunch of Jedi on the surface, but basically is just kind of there. And the Jedi are like, no, we're safe here. Malik would never dare attack Dantooine. They actually say that early on. They actually say Malik would never dare attack Dantooine. Why? Are they that ridiculously stupid? Okay. I want you to imagine you're in a war. Just bear with me. And all your opponents, like special ops forces, are all ground-based over here on this planet. And here you are looking in this direction, and here you are looking in this direction, and over here you have all your actual tactical strategic targets you want to take, and over here you have an undefended planet. Really? Really? That is true, Kester, but it's just emphasizing the point that Dantooine was undefended. There's a reason Dantooine fell without even a blip. It's not like the Taurus situation, although Taurus was another good example of this. They just, Sith move in and are like, yeah, no. God. Is it no wonder it took someone like Revan to take these morons and turn them into a fighting force? And now, okay, now you might say that's unfair because only the Jedi Council are the morons. Well, yes, but who's teaching all the rest of the Jedi? Is it no wonder so many Jedi were like, well, wait a minute, Revan actually has a brain and decided to follow him? Is it no wonder that so many people decided to keep following Revan even when he decided to turn around and start conquering the Republic? Because he had a frickin' brain. Anyways. You're right, Nate. You're right. Someone actually outstupided Malik. That's impressive right there. Oh, let's not forget, spoiler alert, the whole reason Malik wanted to go after Dantooine because he's an idiot who has no idea what's going on, is he wasn't like he didn't want to bring the Jedi out of the war. He didn't want to kill all the Jedi out of revenge or out of stupid evil. No, he wanted his health packs. Malik wanted his health packs, so he went to kidnap bunches of Jedi from Dantooine so he could experiment on them on the Star Forge, and then I will use the Star Forge's great power to make myself immortal. God. And yeah, as Django points out, the Jedi have zero strategy for winning the war against the Sith. Their strategy is,
go, Revan, and find the Star Forge, which we don't know what it is, and we don't know anything about it, but clearly it's important.
I just like doing that laugh, if you're wondering why I end like all of my Yoda speeches with that laugh.
Kill you, I will. Yes.
It's just... it's just... It's worth noting, someone pointed out in chat, this is also something that repeats in Tor. I'll talk about this if we play Tor. But Tor basically begins, it's actually a little bit before Tor actually begins, but the war starts, and the Jedi are like, we are invincible on Coruscant. And then the Sith attack Coruscant. And the only reason that stopped was because of some things I don't want to talk about. Ugh. We'll get there, we'll get there. Anyways, moving on.
Thank you, Peridian. Enjoy talking like Yoda I do. Yes, yes. We must become one with the Force. Feel the Force flowing through us. Yes!
Yes. I suppose you're correct. Sometimes it's easy to lose sight of that hope in the face of such unbridled cruelty. But you speak the truth. I suppose I'm taking the news of Dantooine's destruction quite hard. First Taras, now the Academy. Is there no end to the killing?
Oh, hey, Shadow. Yeah, I actually slept decently well. I wasn't woken up by pain like I normally am. I'm sorry, that sounds really self-pitying. But it was nice. It was genuinely nice to be able to sleep in.
I'd like to believe that Saul was lying to us. But even as he said the words, I knew they were true. The Academy is gone. We should have felt a disturbance.
Yeah, isn't that funny, Fu?
When the attack came. The fact that we did not is a bad sign. I fear the dark side is growing stronger. Casting shadows our vision cannot pierce. I can only
Actually, I have something to say about that.
Rook, Endar, Zar. I cannot imagine all of them being gone. In any case, we've lost our one place of refuge in the galaxy.
None of this will matter if we don't get out of this prison before Saul gets back.
I like Karth giving the reality check there. I'll think about it, Hunter Black. I'll think about it. Because that's actually how I played Tor last time when I played through all the classes. So, two things of note. First of all, she makes a point of being the dark side shrouds everything. No, it doesn't. Think about this for a moment. The Jedi Masters survived. We see them in KoTOR 2. And we know that quite a few of the Jedi survived because there was the purge that happens between 1 and 2. And we know that a huge amount of the Jedi from Dantooine are alive because they're being used as the health pack plan. I've always felt that Bashto is completely wrong here. That it's not like the dark foresight has cast a shadow thing. You can't miss a destruction of the destruction of a planet of Jedi. I'm sorry. No, that's going to cause a ripple of doom that would make Malachor 5... Well, it would probably equal Malachor 5, actually. You're going to feel that one. No. The reason that we didn't actually feel the Dantooine thing is because they left. Some of the Jedi were kidnapped for the health pack plan, and some of the Jedi escaped. And Dantooine may be a mess after them, but yeah. So that's why we don't get this big scene of, I felt a terrible, force thing. I can't remember the quote I said. Great disturbance. The great disturbance thing. I've actually liked this because, in a way, it actually is one of those great things you only notice the second time through. The first time it's like, well, why didn't we notice the disturbance in the force? I mean, for God's sakes, you've done so many other references to the movies. But then we find out later that so many of them lived, and so it's like, huh. So, that's my perspective on it. Now, okay, fair enough, it wouldn't be quite like Malachor 5, because Malachor 5 had a lot of death. Holy God, a lot of death. But I also point this up because this points out something else. We know several Jedi escaped. We know several of the Masters escaped. We know that a lot of the Jedi were kidnapped, blah, blah, blah. What happened to the rest of Dantooine? I'm just going to leave that sitting there in the back of your mind. We do know that they felt Taurus. I'm pretty sure, actually. I'm almost positive that they felt Taurus. I could be wrong, because I'm trying to remember where I'm getting that from. Something about Juhani, I want to say. Whatever. Hey, Shady.
Saul mentioned that Lord Malak was on his way. I think the Admiral left to prepare for his arrival and to report the results of our interrogation.
It is fortunate you were able to resist the Admiral's questioning. The fate of the galaxy could be changed by revealing the slightest piece of vital information. I have to confess something. There was a moment, just a moment, when part of me was hoping he would tell him what he wanted to know, just to make the horrible pain stop.
You're right, by the way. They have basically occupied and are evil, and that's the way they occupied and they're evil. In as we find that out in KoTOR too. I actually, Kester, in response to that thing, you're right. We only see a few, literally a small handful of Jedi as health packs. I've always had this opinion on that. It's just an opinion, but I've always felt that it took, because Malak's an idiot, that it took him a while to figure out how to get his health pack plan to work. And so he was literally going through Jedi, running through his supply of Jedi in order to make his health pack plan work. So he only had 8 Jedi left by the time we get to him. I know, it's probably more likely. That third option is disgusting, by the way. I wouldn't even do that if I was Darkseid. But I like that, even though... Nope. Shut up. There we go. You are not allowed to call me, whoever you are. I like that option because it just shines a light on how stupid Malak is. Even though, in all honesty, what is actually happening is more likely he had other Jedi, they just weren't hooked up to the machine yet. And we let those Jedi die when we blow up the Starforge. Whatever, right?
I know you would never do anything to intentionally cause me pain, but you did the right thing. I don't honestly know if I could have been as strong in your position. To watch you suffer like that, it might have been too much for me to bear. Did you feel that? A disturbance in the Force. The Admiral has sent his message. The Dark Lord knows we're here now. Malak is coming.
Well, then we better hope Jolee busts us out of here before he arrives.
Don't worry.
God, I need to speak with you.
What do you want, old man? You better not be trying to cause any trouble, or you'll be sorry.
The cell is too drafty. My old bones could catch a chill in here. We don't want that. You better let me out.
Yes, it's too drafty in there. Your old bones might catch a chill. We don't want that. Get out of there.
As you wish.
You shouldn't have let me out, Sonny. That was wrong. Admiral Kareth won't be too happy with you disobeying his orders.
Yes, what I did was wrong. Very wrong.
You deserve to be locked up in the cell for disobeying orders.
Yes, I deserve to be locked up.
This is why I go with Jolee nowadays. Right here. This is awesome. This is so awesome.
What just happened? What am I doing in here? Damn you, old man. I'll kill you if I ever get out of here.
Then I'll be sure to never let you out. Goodbye, Sonny.
Okay. All right. That's just the awesome right there. Hang on, I need to adjust something. We turned the music up for Manon. We need to turn it back down. It's starting to overwhelm some of the dialogue in some scenes. Oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. Up, 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 up. Okay, go. Damn it, he saw me. Okay, hang on. He's not going to come after me? Okay, well, that's fine. I'll live with that. Ah! There we go. I'd have to think about that, Pandemonium. That's a tough question. Right, I was gonna say something here. Shoot, I've forgotten it now. It was something about how ridiculously stupid Malik is. Oh well, I should just say at this point, Malik is ridiculously stupid and just leave it as is. I think we can all accept that at this point in time. Hey look, some Pazak. Yeah, we're done, we're done. Uh-oh, it's an insane Rhodian. There was another... Oh my god. Ah! Thing that was, hey, Revan's, or Malik's stupid. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. You know what? I'm with that. I'm with that, Hunter Black. It says that the Jedi are even more pathetic, Pandemonium, as I've already discussed. But he looks so cool, Django. Look at him. Okay, fine. This is gonna take forever. Oh, that's gotta smell terrible. Just because I don't feel like standing around while my health regens, or my mana regens, excuse me. My friend Gary calls cheats like that means to an end. In other words, when you're cheating just to stop time wasting, it's officially a cheat just as a means to an end, rather than a, you know, I'm cheating because I don't feel like doing other things kind of a situation. You're a smuggler! They say that like it's a horrible thing. Don't worry, we'll let you out. We're Jolie. We're good people. As opposed to being, you know, horrible. I don't remember how to let you out, but I swear we'll let you out. Oh, there we go. We won't let that out, but we'll let you out. Open up. Where's the unlock thing? Fine, fine. We'll just bash the door open. Shut up! So... Yep. We're beating down an energy field. He is a Rhodian, Shadow. Even though someone's going to say that in chat before you hear me say that. This is actually how you're supposed to do this. There's lots of fun things you can do here. It looks like I don't have anything else to do at this point. So let's just get out of here. Okay, I gotta ask how you're asking that question, Sean, because there's several different interpretations of your question. Either you're asking me if I was Revan, like if I was actually in Star Wars in real life, would I take control of the Starforge, yes or no? And then there's the question, if this is a video game I'm playing and I'm playing as Revan, would I go for the dark side ending if I wasn't going to be killing Mission and all that other stuff? So which of these questions are you asking me? Oh, I remembered it. I remembered what I was going to talk about with regards to Malak being stupid. Yay, Malak is stupid, guys! It's like Neelix, except not funny. Oh, wait. I just got to lay this out. I was thinking about this last night as I was passing out. We hear across several things throughout this game just how weird the war effort is going, right? When I say weird, what I mean by that is the Republic isn't winning, but the Sith aren't winning either. The two of them are just basically in a stalemate. So, let's look at some facts here, okay? The two forces are in a stalemate. Eventually, the Sith will probably overwhelm the Republic for the reasons I already mentioned. But again, think about this for a moment. The Sith have basically a bottomless pool of recruitment. They have unlimited resources. They have superior numbers. And that's actually it. And yet they have managed to fight to a standstill with the weaker and indeed weakened Republic. That just shows how badly Malak is actually doing in this war. But it also emphasizes one of the reasons why Malak is so desperate to get Bastila. He needs the additional edge to finally push him further and actually successfully take the Republic and win the war. So, yeah, that just struck me as how pathetic it is that even with the Starforge going at 200% capacity, he's still just... How do you lose with that much of an advantage? How? And as Raskor points out, it's entirely possible, even with the battle meditation, he still wouldn't have pulled it off. We pull it off because we're frickin' Revan if we go the dark side route. We crush everyone like a bug. It's not even a question at that point. We're just like, crunch, crunch, crunch. Kester, the point here is that so much of the Outer Rim... I talked about this yesterday. So many of the Outer Rim territories have been basically abandoned by the Republic military that the Sith have a huge well of recruitment that they can do. They can convince a lot of people in the Outer Rims to join either coercively or by paying them or because, you know, the Republic abandoned you. Don't you want to go back and get them kind of a thing. So, yeah. Yeah, Takoida, that is also very indicative of Malak's mindset. And yeah, that's another point. As Pandemonium points out, a Republic fleet goes after the Starforge, which also has its own Sith fleet defending it. And the Sith fleet is being supported by the battle meditation, and yet the Republic fleet is managing to hold their ground to the point where they're not even like losing. It's basically a stalemate between the two sides until we go in and get rid of the battle meditation, at which point, in other words, to think about it this way, the Sith were pushing everything into this effort, and the Republic were like, yeah, what? And as soon as we remove one of the cards from the Sith's House of Cards, that's the end of that. God, it's ridiculous. Okay, to answer the question earlier, if I was Revan in real life, no, I absolutely would not use the Starforge. It would be incredibly tempting. I'm not going to deny it to you. But the only way to use it properly, in my opinion, is the way Revan was using it. To use it at an absolute minimum. Because, A, what the Starforge does to you on a personal level, and B, what the Starforge does on a galactic level. Don't forget that it is most likely that the singular most... The Rakatan Empire fell for the same reason the Roman Empire fell. 50 different reasons, right? And a lot of people have differing arguments about, well, we think this is the biggest reason, the single largest contributor to why the Roman Empire fell. In my opinion, in this case, the single biggest reason to why the Rakatan Empire fell was the Star Forge. It was the final needle, or not the needle. It was the final piece of hay on the camel's back. It was the final bit that was just nope, and then the Rakatan Empire just went to hell and destroyed itself. I don't like that idea of Venters, especially since I don't know. I'm kind of just super weapon weary in Star Wars. I mean, okay, we get the Death Star, and that makes a degree of sense. I'm with it. And then we get the Death Star 2, okay. And then we get the Darksaber, and then we get the Sun Crusher, and then we get the World Devastators, and then we get the Galaxy Gun, and then we get the Eclipse Destroyer. And after a while, I'm just like, can we stop? Can we please stop having super weapons in Star Wars? I get it. It's a thing, but I'm just a little weary of it. That's just my perspective. Anyways. I personally think so, KoTOR, but we're not 100% sure. So yeah, that's my take on the Star Forge. It was definitely a huge contributing factor, and therefore, even if I could use it without myself being screwed up by the Star Forge, which I don't believe for a second, by the way, I would not use it because it would undoubtedly cause some serious issues for whatever empire I would be trying to build. I'll talk about that more when we get there. Let's leave the Star Forge for when we get there. We want to have something to talk about in the endgame, right? Oh, as an aside, I'd just like to say World Devastators are actually my personal favorite super weapon in all of Star Wars. Because it's the kind of super weapon I could get behind. They're not really a super weapon. They're a mobile factory. But I like that. I like the idea of them coming up and churning up massive chunks of planets in order to create drones and drone armies and all that. Cause that I'm behind. The Death Star, okay. The Sun Crusher, what? Why would you ever use the Sun Crusher? Ever? That, and then the Galaxy Gun, and then the Mass Shadow Generator, and then yeah. There's moving on. Moving on.
Well done, Jolie. I knew we could count on you. A Jedi never fails to get the task done.
If I remember the layout of the ship, our equipment should be in a storage chamber just through the north doors. After we grab our stuff, we need to get to the main bridge controls. The bridge is the only place that we can open the docking gates of the hangar where they've got the Ebon Hawk. We have to open those gates before we can fly out of here.
We better get moving. I can feel the darkness of Malak's presence approaching, and I don't want to be here when he arrives. None of us is a match for the Sith Lord.
Oh, absolutely, Django. I'm not sure if that's 100% verified, but in my head mentality of it, that is absolutely certain. The idea that there are plenty of talented people and plenty of intelligent people, and they're being hampered by the people above them? Shit.
Surprise and secrecy will serve us best. A small group might have a better chance of sneaking onto the bridge undetected while the others make their way down to the Ebon Hawk.
Count me in, then. I've got a score to settle with the Admiral before we get off this ship. And I have a feeling I'm gonna find him on the Leviathan's bridge.
Well, the frickin' Yuzun Vong. Now, the Sun Crusher was ridiculous, but I want to comment on something someone said in chat just a second ago. If Malak had gotten a hold of the Sun Crusher, he would have used it without question or hesitation. He probably would have used it often. I have nothing more to say to explain how stupid Malak is, that he would cause stars to go supernova frequently and regularly. I really don't know. There's nothing like past that. There is nothing past that level of stupidity. That is retarded with a capital duh.
That's a good idea. The others can get to the Ebon Hawk on their own, but Karth and I might need your help. The three of us will get our equipment and make our way to the bridge. The rest of you head down to the docking hangar where they've got the Ebon Hawk. We'll have to find a way to deal with the guards.
Don't you worry about that. I know how to deal with the guards. They won't know what hit them.
We'll meet you there as soon as we get those docking bay doors open. God. Just make sure the Hawk is ready to fly when we get there. May the Force be with you.
Yeah, don't forget the Sun Crusher could withstand a blast from a Death Star lightsaber. Or Death Star beam. Okay, I'm dying. Holy crap. I'll be right back. I hate to do this again. Okay, okay. 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 I don't even know what the hell that was about. Excuse me. But I appear to be fully functional. Programmed in multiple techniques. Oh my god.
What?
Star Trek super weapons. The Q don't count, the Borg don't count. Arguably, the Mary Sue ship was a super weapon, just in the worst possible implementation. Good example of why I why I think that super weapons can be bad is because in order to implement... Oh, Genesis, right. Genesis is definitely a super weapon. Even though it shouldn't be. Perfect riding device, really. As I've already talked about. But anyways, yeah, so, I guess there is the weapon, too. But a perfect example of why I don't like the superweapon mentality is it's very difficult to write correctly. It's not impossible. It has been done. It is possible to have a superweapon and have it be, you know, well written and well designed.
I'm here.
Uh-huh.
But more often you get a situation where, you know, you have the friggin' Sun Crusher, you know? It's just... Really? Go away, dog. Nobody loves you. I guess we could count the Doomsday device. None, Lamias.
This is Canderous. We're at the Ebon Hawk. Like we figured, it's under heavy guard. But don't worry, we'll figure out a plan to take care of them.
We must escape from the Leviathan. I don't think the probe counts as a super weapon, like by any definition, really. Oh yeah, the Mary Sue ship. That's what I was talking about. The Mary Sue ship is a perfect example of a super weapon. Oh, that's true. I do have a mod for the weapon. Okay, I have one mod. My bad. I have one mod. The Mary Sue ship is a perfect example of how to do a super weapon badly. In fact, the comparison between, now that I'm thinking about it, the comparisons between the Mary Sue ship and the Sun Crusher are actually really, really similar. It's this super ridiculously powerful ship that can do everything and also is ridiculously destructive. I mean... yeah, it's... really? The Narada is debatable. I would argue the Narada. If you're arguing the Narada, then any Borg cube is just as valid. But that is also an argument you can make. Oh, actually, I just realized there is another super weapon in Star Trek. The Toxu Thought. That's what it's called. Took me a moment. The Sun Crusher was a fighter, yes. But yeah, I get the super weapon mentality, and I can even explain it really quick. And Shadow just mentioned it. The A-bomb. Nuclear fire. That's where the fascination with super weapons is a thing. And it's true that, you know, the A-bomb is not the first super weapon, because, I mean, super weapons have been a thing in military history dating all the way back to when Greek fire was considered a super weapon, you know? So yeah, it's a common thought, it's a common idea, it's a common practice to have, you know, one linchpin weapon, because from a story perspective and from a military perspective, the idea of having one thing that's going to help win the war is an appealing idea. No, Vichy is not a super weapon. Vichy is a moron. But yeah, all the super battleships, the original dreadnoughts that they first made, you know, there are quite a few super weapons in real life history. Up to and including the nuclear fire. Hey, Cyclone. Archimedes, what? I feel like you got cut off there. How many people always hit overload terminal by accident? I used to do that so often. I mean, so often. The Behemoth in Warcraft 3? I can't believe I'm forgetting something from Warcraft 3, but you're gonna have to remind me, John. What are you talking about? I don't know, Evans. I really don't. The Bahamut is not really a super weapon any more than a carrier is a super weapon. You could argue a carrier is a super weapon. But the entire... Brizo. Do you need to go out? Because I swear to God, if you just peed on my floor, I'm going to smack you. We're back. Dog did not pee on the floor, in case you're wondering. And no, I wouldn't hit the dog. That would be stupid. Okay, where was I? Super weapons. So, this way. Oh, Wing Commander 3! That's why I was like, what the hell? Warcraft 3? What? Hang on. I actually gotta look that one up, because it's been way too long since I played Wing Commander. Commander 3. What was this monster? Blah, 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 blah. The Planet Killer. Okay, I remember this thing. Yeah, I'd argue that that qualifies as a super weapon. But if it's a well-done super weapon, I honestly don't remember enough. It's been way too long since I've played. Hey, look, it's a Dark Jedi Master. It's been way too long since I've played Wing Commander 3. Ah, the Claw of Archimedes. I am aware of that. Yes, Chongo. Excuse me.
Time to rumble.
Nihilus could qualify as a super weapon under some circumstances, yes. I could see that debate. No, I have not, Ventures. Now... debatable, Shadow. See... One of my favorite super weapons in Star Trek, if we can diverge for a moment, other than the Genesis device, which was perfect, which I've already talked about in the Star Trek II Rumination, is the time ship in the Year of Hell two-parter. I like that one for two reasons. Number one, it is a terrifying concept. Like the questions that come up as a result of that ship are monumental, as I tried to talk about when I was talking about that episode, or those episodes, I should say. And they did some really good stuff with it. And it is a nightmarish, horrifying weapon, right? And yet it is ridiculously weak. It is literally a glass jaw type of super weapon, which I think is a well-designed idea, because if you think about it, a super weapon that's just invincible and indestructible and all that is almost always just going to be laziness. You do that just to make it seem more difficult to defeat. Instead, you make a super weapon which relies on, for example, just one thing for its defenses, and once that one thing is removed, the time ship was basically pathetic at that point in time. You know? Exactly, it's a one-trick pony, but it is one hell of a trick. It's like the Darth Scion thing, actually, to go to KoTOR 2 here. Darth Scion only has one trick to him. He's not that good of a duelist. He's not that strong. He's not that powerful, but he has that one trick. So, yay, you know. I know, Zayjon, I just don't remember the game. So it's, I guess based on what I'm saying now, I'd say that it is debatably a well-done super weapon. For the exact same reasons I say the time ship was a well-done super weapon. Glass jaw mentality, you know. Yeah, oh crap. That kind of a thing. So, debatable, like I said. Excuse me. Ultimately, whether or not a super weapon is well done, in your opinion or not, is going to depend entirely on your personal opinion, obviously. Didn't I already... I'm not going to talk about those here, Permeus, because there's just too many of my viewers who have not yet watched Babylon 5. I think the Wall of the Faithless is one of the most disgusting things in fiction. And it bothers me to such an extent that I don't even have words. And every time I see that wall, I want to bring it down. I don't care what purpose it serves for the greater whole of Faerun. I don't. I would rather see the Wall of the Faceless taken down. Because... Ugh. I do like how Obsidian used it, though. It was extremely logical and well designed. But that's no surprise because it's frickin' Obsidian. Okay, where's the armory? Armor, there it is, okay. So Babylon 5 is, in my opinion, or I guess I should say in my opinion, it is my favorite show of all time. It is an awesome, awesome show.
You asked for this! Here!
No, I do not, Sinari. Not honestly. My top reason for giving Babylon 5 a shot... It's funny you say that, because I'll actually be doing, like, before I start the Babylon 5 reviews proper, I'm going to be like, so here's why Babylon 5 is my favorite show of all time, and I'm just going to talk about the show in a vacuum for a little bit. But there's a lot of different reasons. There's not one reason for why Babylon 5 is amazing. So I'm just going to try and summarize really quick. Amazing characters, contiguous plot, massive story arcs, very interesting, well-done politics, both personal and galactic level, and very down-to-earth, hard science. There you go. Bam, 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 bam. Why am I looting? This isn't what I want. Yeah. Ha! Spacesuit! Oh yeah, it's also written by JMS, for those of you who know what that means. Very unlikely on Baldur's Gate I'm not on fire, because there's never been a proper remake done of it, and I can't stand playing the old interface. Neverwinter Nights, slightly more likely. Slightly. I know, Darth Pandemonium, I know. Because Obsidian agreed that that should be an option to the player, especially at the scale at that. Because we're epic level by the time we hit Mask of the Betrayer. We are officially, literally affecting the gods. The deities, really. But at the same time, I can see why Wizards of the Coast shut them down, because they don't want to upset the status quo, which is funny, because then they start upsetting the status quo alongside games elsewhere, but whatever. They should have let us take down the wall. I know why the wall exists. There's no reason to try and explain to me why the wall exists, because I know why the wall exists. I just don't give a damn. Do-do-do-do-do. At least there's no sharks this time. And no, I did not, Mr. Blasty. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Why did I unequip my lightsaber? Ugh, really? Really? I don't even remember everyone's best guns. Okay, Bendax and, I don't know. Karths, I guess. One of these days we'll set her up with an actual good dual saber.
Yes?
Homeworld is a little bit different. Oh no, this wall makes that wall look like... Alright, Shadow, I want you to imagine that there's a place you go if you don't have faith in a deity. Any deity. If you're an atheist or whatever, you are sent to this wall where you are slowly sucked into it to the point where your soul and body and self are literally merged with the concrete and other people who are in the wall. And you never die. You're just there, stuck in the wall, forever. Listening to the wails of the damned around you for the rest of your frickin' life. Which, again, is forever. It's actually one of the worst fates I can think of in the Faerun universe. Yes, Lamias.
Very resourceful. I assume you had some part in this. You learned your lessons well from me.
The only thing you taught me was betrayal and death, Saul.
Don't be a fool. I'm giving you and your companions a chance to surrender, a chance to live. Darth Malak himself is on his way. He'll be arriving any moment.
He speaks the truth, Garth. I can feel the Dark Lord's presence approaching.
Malak will destroy you. But if you throw down your weapons now, I will ask my master to be merciful.
I've seen enough of Sith mercy.
You always did like to do things the hard way. Lord Malak would have preferred live prisoners, but corpses will have to do.
By the way, I like the idea that Karth is either lying or deluded here, and it's one of the two. Because, as we've seen, Saul has zero, and I mean zero, influence on Malak. So every time he tries to convince Malak of anything, Malak's like, no, we're going to do it this way, because we're stupid. And so the idea that him telling, Malak to have mercy is just hilarious to me. Why is this hurting? I'm actually kind of confused. What am I doing wrong here? I'm sorry, Shadow, for bringing that horrible thing to your perspective, but screw the wall.
The Admiral! He's still alive.
It's time to finish this.
Take your time, Karth.
No, Karth. Not like this. Do not give in to the hate.
Don't you understand what this man has done to my life? Do you know the pain he's brought me?
Killing him won't ease the pain, Karth. Do not become
Hey,
what you
Melancholy.
despise.
Karth.
I'm sorry things are bad for you. I hope things turn around quickly.
I'll tell you something. Come closer.
So this is the kind of man Saul is. With his very last breath, he wants to destroy Karth's brain and cause him one last bit of pain. That's how pathetic this man really is, and really shows the kind of man Saul is.
Remember them whenever you look at those you thought were your friends.
It can't be true, can it? No, it can't. Damn you. Saul. Damn you.
What did he say?
Basil, it is true, isn't it? And you knew. You and the whole damn Jedi Council, you knew the whole time.
Karth, it's not what you think. We had no other choice. Please, you don't understand.
So make me understand.
Not now.
Not here, Karth. Please, there's no time. Malak is coming. This isn't the place. Please, Karth, I'm asking you to trust me for just a little while longer.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Okay, I'll trust you, Basil, but as soon as we're off this ship, I expect some answers.
Of course, Karth. As soon as we get to the Ebon Hawk, I'll explain everything. To both of you, I promise. Right, that's what I'm doing. I knew there was not something I was going to do here.
give him the crap armor of crap. I mean, the best armor in the game, which is sad when you think about it.
Sure.
So, question. We know why they had Bastila be kidnapped here from a storytelling perspective. It's very obvious. So,
how'd you like that?
From an in-character perspective, do you think... oh, right, I need to open the... there's the whole reason I was coming to the bridge. Basically, Bastila is about to do something that ultimately is actually really, really, really stupid when you think about it. So do you think she understood... There it is. Just how stupid what she was doing was? Aw. Or do you think that... I don't know. Do you think she's an idiot? Oh, I guess I'll loot Saul. Do you think she's an idiot? Do you think she wasn't thinking about her actions? I mean, there's a lot of different options here. For those of you not aware, which is probably 0 of you, what, your country, Melancholian? Do you mean your company? Why would I need loot? That's just going to clog my inventory. Anyways, getting to the point. So you are from Greece. I am so sorry, Melancholian. I've actually been keeping track of what's going on over there, and I don't know the full details, but I am so sorry. I am going to stop talking about it out of deference, but if you want to talk about it, that's up to you. Because it's a mess. I hope things work well much more quickly. Bastila. Let's talk about Star Wars. Bastila is about to sacrifice herself in order to ensure that Revan and the rest can get away. Now, that is dumb. I mean, there is absolutely no denying that is dumb. It is a very stupid decision for her to make. However, there are plenty of reasons why she could have made it. And that's why I just asked that in a vacuum, because it's not like it's inherently the wrong choice. It's just we know it is a dumb choice based on everything we know about the circumstances. Letting Bastila be given over to Malak. Here's my theory of it. Here's what I'm going to give theory-wise. My theory is that it's a multiple situation. First of all, heat of the moment. Second of all, Jedi training. Third of all, pride. Let me explain these. The heat of the moment's obvious. I've talked about the heat of the moment many times. Because people will not make intelligent, clear-cut, long-term decisions in the heat of the moment. It's one of the reasons I've argued that certain scenes are not bad writing in fiction. It's just the character was in the heat of the moment and had no... and just... and they may even regret it, and it may be the wrong decision, but they made that decision. So that's that in a nutshell. The second reason is that Jedi training, okay? Her belief... Yeah, Arthas is a perfect example, heat of the moment. We'll be talking about that when we get to the Warcraft, Lorerun. But there's a droid just... Good. Anyways, the Jedi training idea. The idea that she's probably still... Oh, there's no probably. There is no denying in my mind that Bastila, even though she has actually gotten to the point now where she is a more intelligent person... I'm tired of that wailing. More intelligent person and is starting to realize that the Jedi Council is not perfect, she's still kind of trapped by the dogma. She's still trapped by the circumstances of the doctrine, right? And so she is thinking, well... The only possible circumstance here is to do this particular action in the hopes of saving Revan, because Revan is our key to victory, and she's not really thinking long term and blah blah blah. Because that leads us to our third thing, okay? Third problem here. By the way, I love this game too, Tyrone, absolutely. I've been really loving replaying this game with you guys, by the way. I just want to say thank you really quick to all of you. You guys have all really made this game and replaying this a joy, a treat. So thank you to every one of you. So, okay. Third reason, pride. We've already established that pride is bar none Bastula's biggest flaw and weakness. And it's something that she has to actually overcome and deal with. And so she probably was willing to sacrifice herself to Malik because she believed Malik would either kill her or she would be able to resist turning to the dark side. Because she is that egotistical to think that, given her own admission that she is constantly fighting the temptations of passion and whatnot, that she would be capable of withstanding the dark side. And she's wrong. She is completely wrong. No, say John, even you, man. Even you. I know it's saying much. Even Gamer Techno, who isn't here right now, unfortunately. My nemesis. But in all seriousness, I think pride is the biggest reason here. I think she thought she could withstand being turned, and she wasn't. We'll be talking more about her delving into the dark side when it becomes more significant in a minute. But suffice to say, that's my reasoning for the in-character reasons as to why she does this very stupid decision. No, Taqueta, I think she literally believes that it's the I am an unwavering rock mentality. Now, some people actually can say I am an unwavering rock and mean it. Most people, when they say that, don't understand how bad can get. So it is far more likely that she was like, I am an unwavering rock. Oh God, make it stop! And that's pretty much how she went. Again, I'll talk more about her delving into the dark side in just a moment. As an aside, I have zero doubt, and I mean zero doubt, that Revan and Bastila here could have beaten Malik one-on-one. Malik was actually a decent one-on-one fighter. It's actually pretty much the only thing he had going for him. But with these two fighting together with a third person fighting with them, yeah, no, they would have crushed Malik, in my opinion. Remember, the only reason Malik even made a fight of it in the endgame is because he had the health packs trick. And he was glutted with the Starforge. And with both of those advantages, he's still a pathetic last boss fight. So, that's just my opinion, as ever, and my perspective. But I want to do one other thing here. No, it didn't work. Oh, well. That's weird. I don't know about you, Revan, but I have literally never had to fight, like, try against the Malik fight at all. Ever. And of course, as I've said before, Malik is pathetic. So, you know, there's that, too. Why did that not work? Whatever. Let's go. We're approaching endgame. I call this the end of Act 2, but it's debatable. Regardless, we're one way or another approaching the endgame here.
It's Canderous. We took care of the guards. We're inside the Ebon Hawk and all systems are go. As soon as you guys join us, we can get out of here.
I suppose that is debatable. It is debatable whether or not we could actually defeat Malik here. I'll accept that. But trying to self-sacrifice the one thing Malik wants most... I mean, you got to consider this from the long-person perspective here. It would literally, and forgive me, but from a purely tactical perspective, no out-of-character knowledge, no future knowledge, from a purely tactical perspective, it would be better that Bastila die here than for her to be captured. And yet she is the one who willingly goes back and is like, I'll stop him. Shrug. But yeah, we've got Korriban, and then Rakata's patheticness, and then the ridiculously boring last dungeon, and then we're done. That's true, Al-Sabi. Malik will turn Revan into a med pack. I agree, by the way. I don't actually understand why they give us so many cool options of things we can do with the computer slicing, and then it's like, oh nope, can't actually do it. Hey, look, it's Darth Bandon too. I don't like either of them really, for most, to be honest with you. I'll probably give it to Starforge because the interaction with Scion and Kreia are fascinating. Why, Django? Oh, you're right. I see what you mean. I do actually have just plain clothes. There we go.
What? Yes?
Darth Randa. No, I gave her clothes, Shadow.
The Force fights with me.
It's okay, she can punch people over there. She's good with her fists. And she's got the Force, so she doesn't really need weapons, really. And yes, I'm metagaming, and no, I don't care. Dun dun dun! It's the guy who doesn't know how to wear a cloak properly. I am Darth Stupid.
Darth Malik.
Down you go!
This scene always bothered me, by the way.
I hope you weren't thinking of leaving so soon, Bastila. I've spent far too much energy hunting down you and your companions to let you get away from me now. Besides, I had to see for myself if it was true. Even now, I can hardly believe my eyes. Tell me, why did the Jedi spare you? Is it vengeance you seek at this reunion?
No.
What? You mean you don't know? All this time and you still haven't figured it out. I wonder how long you would have stayed blind to the truth. Surely some of what you once were must have surfaced by now. Even the combined power of the Jedi Council couldn't keep your true identity buried forever, could it?
Oh, by the way, spoiler alerts. Sorry.
The Jedi do not believe in killing their prisoners. No one deserves execution, no matter what their crimes.
I actually don't agree with that, but whatever.
The Council would not normally accept an adult for training, but this is a special case.
They say the Force can do terrible things to a mind. It can wipe away your memories and destroy your very identity.
Wait a minute, Revan? Is Revan?
Tatooine.
No.
Kashyyyk. Manan. Korriban.
I gotta say, when Empire Strikes Back first released, that was a gut punch. Oh my god. Half the audience didn't even believe it when that happened.
The lure of the dark side is difficult to resist. I fear this quest to find
Korriban is last.
Could lead you down an all too familiar path.
What greater weapon is there than to turn an enemy to your cause? To use their own knowledge against them?
I gotta be honest, this was spoiled for me the first time I played it, and I'm really sad about that, because this feels like this would have been a great reveal. Really. This would have been such an amazing reveal if it hadn't been spoiled for me. By the way, Rakatan ruins. You can only tell for a second there, but those are definitely Rakatan. Oh, excuse me. Dun, dun, dun! So I'm curious if you give, like Brandon just said, how many of you played this and didn't know? And so what was your reaction to this scene, basically, is what I'm asking. Even knowing this was still a good scene, I just really wish it hadn't been spoiled for me. I hate spoilers like this.
Hide from what you once were, Revan. Recognize that you were once the Dark Lord. And know that I have taken your place.
I'm Darth Revan?
You do not yet remember, Revan? The Jedi set a trap. They lured us into battle against a small Republic fleet. During
yes,
the attack,
Formosan.
A team of Jedi Knights boarded your ship. The Jedi strike team captured you, and the Council used the Force to reprogram your mind. They wiped away your identity and turned you against your own followers.
Lots of great reactions here. I'm reading all of them. Forgive me for not responding to all of them. Oh yeah, by the way, the spoiler is that Revan is actually Revan. One of my friends, Gary, had played through KoTOR before this, and he was like, "Oh my god!" And then you find out that you're Revan. I'm like, "Wah!" You know.
I helped them, Revan. I always knew that one day the title of Dark Lord would be mine. When the Jedi strike team boarded your vessel, I saw my day had come. I ordered my own ships to fire on your bridge. I thought I could destroy all my enemies with a single glorious victory. I never dreamed the Jedi would take you alive from the wreckage. You mean, why did I betray you, Revan? You are the one who taught me the ways of the Sith. The strongest must rule if we are to survive. You knew I would one day challenge you for supremacy, but you underestimated me. I acted sooner than you expected and seized the Sith throne with a single brilliant stroke.
And yet, this is how pathetic Malak really is. The Sith believe in strength, kind of in a similar way to the Mandalorian do, right? So in the Sith ideal, following the Sith code, like, for example, Malgus, a Sith should have walked up to Revan and say, "I challenge you for supremacy." Just like, what's her name, Xana does to Bane, to use a similar example of this concept. But he wasn't strong. He wasn't cunning. He wasn't anything. He keeps talking, "I made a brilliant move." And yet all it was opportunism. He stabbed his master in the back from a distance, in another ship, and all he did was take power. There's nothing brilliant about it. There's nothing strong about it. There's nothing even cunning about it. It's literally just, "Oh, I see an opportunity to betray my master, and therefore I will do so." And that is Malak in a nutshell, and why he truly is pathetic. He would be more inclined to fight his own master in the middle of a battle in order to try and ensure... And this is why Malak is a Sith idiot rather than a Sith code, someone who can actually follow the idea of the Sith code. Which is why someone like Malgus would see Malak and probably bitch slap him for being such a pathetic waste of flesh. In all honesty, Fenrir, probably. Palpatine is more than capable of fighting on his own and has shown that many times. Then again, I've always believed Palpatine was, at least in his later days, arrogant enough to believe that no one would ever actually directly challenge him. He was just that confident. But anyways.
The Jedi are fools.
No,
They
Commander
do not
Hurst.
believe in executing prisoners. Originally, I assumed you had died in the battle. Imagine my surprise when I found out you were still alive, Revan.
Bashila.
It's true. I was part of the team sent to capture Revan, to capture you. When Malak fired on the ship, you were badly injured. We thought you were dead. Your mind was destroyed, but I used the Force to preserve the flicker of life in your body. I brought you to the Jedi Council. They were the ones who healed your damaged mind.
Healed.
The Jedi Council didn't restore your wounded mind, Revan. They merely programmed it with a new identity, one loyal to the Republic. They tried to make you their slave.
We couldn't simply restore your true identity. Revan was too dangerous. But locked inside your mind was information the Republic needed, the secrets of the Starforge. The Council created an identity for you, a soldier under my command. Your subconscious memories were supposed to lead me to the Starforge. There was no other way to get the information.
They made you their puppet, Revan, and Bastila was the handler pulling your strings.
And yet Malgus did backstab his master. That is absolutely true. But there's reasons for that I don't want to go into right here. Because, you know... Well, we're going to Korriban first, Psychotic. Which is funny because we're not going to be perfectly light on Korriban, assuming we're still light. We're going to be kind of gray when we get to Korriban.
The Jedi hold all life sacred, even that of a Sith Lord. I could not just let you die, Revan, not if it was possible to save you.
Bastila hides the truth behind noble words, Revan. The Jedi needed the memories buried deep in your wounded mind. There was no other way to bring them out. They had to keep you alive.
By the way, I'd just like to say something real quick. Karth shoots at him. He deflects the sabers, right? So, how many people think that it would be a great technique when fighting a Jedi to have lots of people shooting so they can't, so they're all distracted trying to deflect the bolts, and then have a Jedi come in and just cut them down? Just something I've thought about in the time.
Forgiveness, Revan. You are weak. I was right to betray you. You are not fit to rule the Sith. A small part of me has always regretted betraying you from afar. I always knew there were some who would think I acted out of fear.
Which he did.
That I did not want to face you.
Which he didn't.
But now fate has given me a second chance to prove myself. Once I defeat you in combat, no one will question my claim to the Sith throne. My triumph will be complete.
By the way, that's kind of hinting at something that we'll talk about more on Korriban. The idea that not all the Sith are actually loyal to Malak because some of the Sith believe Malak himself does not deserve the throne because he has not proven his strength, as we've already talked about.
The Jedi Council were foolish to let you live. I won't make the same mistake. We shall finish this alone in the ancient Sith tradition. Master versus apprentice, as it was meant to be.
I've always hated stuff like this in games. I'm sorry, I have. It always bothers me when they're like, we must fight one-on-one, and they just snap their fingers and Q-snap the other party members to not even be able to fight. That just bothers the crap out of me. Whatever. Let's see how this fight goes. You done? Whoa! Pathetic! Seriously. Pathetic. Just one flurry and he's down. Just really, dude? I like the area we're fighting in, though. This is very cool looking, this whole hangar with the lights underneath the grating. This is just really cool. And I love how Malak runs, because of course he does! I mean... just... really, Malak?
No problem. Didn't work.
For once, I do like the absence of music here, by the way. I think it suits the tone. Hi, Malak. You can't run away and then taunt me to come get you. That's not how that works! You've literally already lost this fight. Look, I didn't even finish that sentence. Oh, no. Script BS.
This isn't over,
Script
Malak.
BS.
Your friends do not give up easily, Revan. You always could inspire loyalty. But even the three of you together cannot stand against my power.
I still disagree with
For
that.
the Jedi!
But whatever.
Our I'll hold Malak off. You two get out of here. Find the Star Forge.
I like how Malik takes
Bastila, he's
the
too
bait,
strong.
even when she says that. It's just, really?
The door's sealed. We can't get past. Come on, we have to get to the Ebon Hawk.
I mean, really?
Bastila doesn't stand a chance against Malak, but we can't help her. Not here. We have to get off the ship and find the Star Forge. That's the key to beating the Dark Lord. Bastila sacrificed herself so we could get away. We can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Come on!
This whole scene bugs me. I've kind of already given my reasons why. I don't really have anything else to say. Blah, blah, blah. Grand sacrifice.
No problem. Didn't work.
Moving on. Yeah, and that's the other reason it bothers me. It's the Kai Lang thing all over again. You're not beating me, you're cheating. Now, I know, I'm cheating too, but obviously when I played this game the first 50 times, because this is my first cheat run, I beat this game without cheating, because duh, right? So even when playing this without cheating, Malik has never challenged me. And just, whatever. Moving on. I'm suddenly reminded of the scene where Qui-Gon is cutting through a double-sealed blast door with his lightsaber. Bastila is 18. That's been verified. Turning 19. So she's like 18 and a half or whatever. Whatever. Let's abandon the linchpin to Malik's war effort to Malik. Yeah, I could just picture Malik being like, oh, thank God, Revan's gone! He left me with a stupid little Padawan I could actually beat in a fight! Yes! Oh, hang on, I missed something Django said here. I was planning on bringing Jolie and Karth anyways, so yeah. Although HK is funny too. Hey, Monkey Nut. Kachi.
Incoming fighters.
Oh, right. Ugh. This should be like this last or second to last time we do this. I'm not sure which. Hang on, sun's in my eyes. Ugh. Did you know you can actually lose these, by the way? I didn't until I was showing off for the thing, because I never had prior to then. But, yeah. I can't aim down. Ugh. Whatever. I was to say, I thought there was one more after this. Over the Starforge area. There we go. Must be cocky. Yeah, right, I'm... Yeah, agreed, by the way. Being able to skip the sections was really nice in KoTOR 2. That's why I do actually have a mod to remove the random ones. Jolie, put some pants on.
He would have killed us, but Bastila sacrificed herself so we could get away.
You mean she's dead?
Ah, Malik won't
Nope.
kill her. Don't be foolish. He'll want to use her battle meditation against the Republic. Turn her to the dark side. The Sith will always be victorious.
Which is another reason why it was dumb to leave her. I like how Jolie actually points out how stupid that idea was. But again, we've already discussed why Bastila probably was like, we must do it.
Not so fast. We've got a bigger issue to deal with here. They deserve to know the truth about you. Do you want to tell them what Malik said, or should I?
No. I'm gonna tell them. I am not Darth Revan! I'm Revan! You know, the funny thing is, that's actually pretty accurate with how we're going with our character arc, isn't it? I am not Darth Revan. I am Revan.
Revan? What are you talking about? Is this some
joke?
No, it's no joke.
Google
The
it,
Jedi Council
Django.
captured Revan and erased the Dark Lord's
There was
mind,
a question to a
programming
developer
in a new
about it.
identity. Saul Kareth told me on the Leviathan, and Bastila confirmed it.
You're Darth Revan? This is big. Do you remember anything about being the Dark Lord?
Now, I want you guys to note everyone's reactions to you being Revan, because this is very indicative of their personalities.
Just a few flashes. That's it. Nothing more? Then I don't think there's a problem. It seems to me that if you don't really remember anything about being Revan, then it doesn't really matter anymore. You are who you are now, right?
Of course it still matters. How do we know more memories won't come flooding back? How do we know Revan won't suddenly turn on us? The whole time we've been chasing after Malak, we've had his old Sith master right at our side, listening to our secrets, hearing our plans.
I like how Mission pretty much immediately is like, okay. Just very in keeping with her personality, by the way.
I don't see the Sith Lord standing here. I see a friend who's been with us through thick and thin. Remember, Malik's the one who tried to destroy Terrace.
I swore a life debt to the person you are, not the person you were.
Big Z and I will stick by you. We owe you our lives. We won't desert you now.
How can you say that, Mission? The Sith bombed my homeworld, Revan took away my family, and destroyed my life.
Everyone knows it was Malak who gave the order to attack your people, Karth. You can't blame Revan for that.
I suppose you've proven yourself to be a friend of the Republic by your actions so far, Revan. But can I trust you? Can any of us?
What about you, Jolie?
What about me? I already knew who you were, though it wasn't my place to tell you. Better off that you know, if you ask me. Does it change anything? I'm not here to judge you. You'll do what you have to do, and I'll help if I can.
What do you think, Canderous?
You defeated the Mandalore clans in the war, Revan. You were the only one in the galaxy who could best us. We had never met one like you before, and never since. How can you even ask if I'll follow you? Whatever you're fighting, it will be worthy of my skill. I'm your man until the end, Revan. No matter how this plays out.
I know, Django, and I don't get why they did that. I really don't. But whatever. What about you, HK-47? Actually, we'll do HK-47 last, so... What? You won't abandon me, will you, T3?
I knew the little guy would come through for you. Droids don't hold grudges.
Now we'll do HK-47s.
Commentary. I am experiencing something unusual, Master.
Why?
Answer. My programming is activating my deleted memory core. I believe I have a homing system that is restoring it, Master.
So is this the stimuli you were waiting for?
Explanation. I believe so, Master. I was unaware of my homing system until it had been activated. It seems that the homing system deliberately restores my deleted memory core upon returning to my original master.
Dun, dun, dun! See, this is the real plot twist. The Revan thing, that's nothing.
Affirmation. Correct, Master. Sith protocols maintain that all droid knowledge be deleted before assassination missions and restored upon return. I have returned to you, and my full functionality is now under your personal command. It is a distinct pleasure to see you again, Master.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Observation. Indeed. I do hope we shall have the chance to engage in combat together again soon, Master.
Wow. What are the chances of that happening?
Remember, we're talking about the Force here. At this point, Malak himself could drop out of the sky and I wouldn't bat an eyelash.
Good point.
You know, that's actually a good point. Because we know that there's this whole thing about Revan going after Telos to ensure that the Jedi would have no retreat, the Republic would have no retreat, blah, 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 blah. But the more I think about it, the more I think that it's more likely that Revan ordered the attack on Telos, and Malak ordered the destruction of Telos. Anyone agree with that? Because I'm just thinking on the fly here. I'll have to see when we actually get to that scene in KoTOR 2 if that lines up with events. But that feels like it would make a little bit more sense if things layered that way.
Well, the others seem to trust you, and I don't see any other way that we can stop the Sith. And I suppose that Malak is the real enemy here. I really don't have any other choice, do I?
I will not let you down, Karth.
I want to believe you. You've proven yourself time and time again during our mission, but this is a little much for me to wrap my mind around.
How do you think I feel?
This must be even more of a shock to you. I don't know how you even keep going. I guess we both just have to find a way to push forward. Don't worry. I won't let my personal feelings get in the way of my assignments or this mission. But don't forget, I've sworn an oath to defend the Republic. As long as this mission stays on course, I'll stick with you. But I won't let you betray the Republic under any circumstances. So I guess that's it then. We keep going. We've still got one more star map to uncover if we're gonna find that Star Forge and save Bastila, so let's do it before it's too late.
Okay. I am Darth Revan. Now we gotta talk to everyone, starting with the one person who wasn't in that cutscene because she's an optional character. Which is kind of a shame.
How can you possibly be Raven? The one, the Jedi whose troops saved me on Taris. It was Revan, leading an army out to defeat the Mandalorians. It was you. I knew when I heard that you had become the Dark Lord of the Sith, that something was wrong with it. The man who saved me could never go completely to the dark side. It is good to know that you have truly changed. It gives me hope. I do not think now that I will fall to the dark side. I only have to look at you and follow by your example, and there is no way I can fail. Thank you for placing your confidence in me. I only wish I had your heart as well. I will never forget what you did for me, even if you do not remember it.
Don't worry, my memories come back. How do you feel about me being Revan? You rescued me from Gamorrean slavers. I don't care if you're called Revan or Revan. I swore a life debt to you. I will stay with you to the end, Revan, and I will not judge your actions as as I see them, not on a history I have never known. Hey T3, I guess we'll talk to you. Wow. So yeah, that's just how much T3 isn't a character in KoTOR 1. Such a pity. I believe we see Corellia in something. I don't remember what. Feel free to correct me, everyone who is smarter than I am, which is all of you guys. Frickin' Gizka. I hate you guys. There's Candace.
I've been given a challenge I can't ignore. We've got to go to the Dune Seas of...
Yep, blah, 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 blah. So apparently we'll be going to Tatooine before we do anything else.
Statement. HK-47 is ready to serve, Master.
So you belong to me originally?
Statement. Yes, Master. You created me shortly after you and your apprentice began your war to conquer the galaxy. I was sent on an assassination mission.
That's right, there's a whole planet of Corellia and Tor. Duh, it's the last planet.
To return to you. Exclamation. I find this most distressing. I could certainly have protected you from the Jedi and your pupil's betrayal had I returned. Statement. Of course, Master. You are the one who created me, meatbag or no, and while you may not be all you once were, I am grateful for my existence.
So why the meatbag references?
Answer. It was you who programmed me thus, Master. Your pupil once asked me what I thought of him, and I informed him of his meatbag status. He was unimpressed, but you found the reference humorous. You changed my programming so that I would continue to use the term. It drove your pupil to extreme lengths of frustration.
I love the idea that Malik just being flustered and frustrated like a little child. If I'm not a meatbag. I'm not a meatbag.
Observation. Of course you do, Master. You did then as well.
That's right, guys. Malik is the meatbag. I love that. Ugh.
Observation. You are different in many fundamental ways, Master. You have a concern for life that is unsettling. This cannot solely be caused by memory loss. I do not know how to explain it. Regardless, you do seem to be improved overall from the human I once knew. Commentary. Your former pupil is efficient and brutal, even for an organic. I rather liked him when you first introduced me to him. If I had known what he would do to you, Master, I would have gladly removed his entrails right then. Answer. No, Master. You never did make me privy to any of the Starforge's secrets.
Which makes sense, because Revan wouldn't want a droid he's sending out on assassination missions to have that information in him, just in case the information was retained.
As you desire, Master. Signing off.
Can't talk to Canderous yet, because we're still in the middle of his quest. So... I'm pretty sure he meant his brutality is efficient in, like, one-on-one combat. Like I said, that's the one thing Malik's always had going for him. He is a giant of a man.
Hey there, what can I do for you? It seems to me that if you don't really remember anything about being Revan...
Hey, Flawless.
It doesn't really matter anymore. You are who you are now, right?
So it doesn't bother you?
I don't see the Sith Lord standing here. I see a friend who's big...
Okay, so this is like the same thing she said earlier, so whatever. Moving on. Let's go find Jolie. I don't remember where Jolie is. Where's he hang out? And has he got some pants on? That's the really important question. Seriously, where is Jolie? I don't actually remember where Jolie is on the ship. I keep looking in the room where the handmaiden is, being like, expecting someone to be there. Because, you know, I'm stupid. Yeah. You know, it's funny. In real life, I have an amazing sense of direction. I don't know why I get so lost in games. Really. Hang on, let's put some clothes on him. Yeah, okay. There we go. You, why don't we, yeah. Why don't you have this? Yeah, there you go. And let's give you your lightsaber back. And that's it. Whoa! He's making the lightsaber noises, guys. Jolie.
Got something on your mind, dude? Bad men. Women, too, to be fair.
Okay.
Oh, indeed. They make a fine sandwich, also. But don't tell the Jedi Council I said that. And just what gave you the impression that I know anything more about the Sith than you do? Oh, that's right. Damn the years of the young. I was expecting you to be your usual inattentive self when I mentioned that. So it's true, yes. I fought plenty of Sith. That was during the time of Exar Kun. Oh, 40 years ago now. Has it been that long?
That could be, Takota. I have an incredible sense of direction in real life. This is not bragging, it's true. I can usually find my way out of just about anywhere and figure out where to go and that kind of thing. But when I get into games, it's like, where am I? Like every time, like every game. Except for FF13. I don't get lost in that one.
No, of course not. The Sith have come and gone for ages. They were not called the Sith many thousands of years ago, perhaps. But the dark side was always
Revan,
present,
Formosan.
without a doubt. Oh, sure, occasionally
At least more
the
skilled.
light side comes close to vanquishing the dark, but the dark always returns. The fact that Exar Kun was defeated didn't mean the Sith would never return, as they obviously have now. Everyone knows that.
I think Exar Kun was stronger than Revan, but I think Revan was far more skilled than Exar Kun. Let me put it that way.
A Sith believes he commands the Force, but it is the dark side who commands him. You know this. There is little else I could truly add. That is not a pleasant time to remember. After Exar Kun fell to the dark side, he attempted to recruit other Jedi to his cause. What surprised us, what took us completely unprepared, was how utterly successful he was. Many Jedi joined him and became Sith themselves. Why they did, I will never truly know, but they did. Battle broke out throughout the Order, pupil against master. We fought ourselves. Yes, more than difficult. Next to impossible. How do you fight against someone you love? Puh, I dislike such memories. It leaves a taste in the mouth that... It is a sadness I thought I'd put aside long ago. Ask me about the war some other time, just not now. I would prefer to be by myself for now.
Another little interesting aside. I've said before that I don't really think the dark side corrupts people. It enables people. Consider how interesting things were happening during the Exar Kun incident. It's a great example of this. My theory has always been that Kun was always a monster. I mean, a complete monster. And he had been trained, and he had been, okay, well, I will do this. And he was restraining himself for the same reason most monsters do, because there were consequences. It wasn't until he started using the Force in such an excessive way that he realized he didn't have to restrain himself anymore. And then he went to the rest of the Jedi Order and said, guess what, guys? We can do whatever we want. Come, join me. It says a lot about the people that joined the Order, not the light side or the dark side, at least in my perspective and my interpretation of the Force. That so many people were willing to do those horrible, horrible things. Well, I guess I'll be getting Destroy Droid finally. And we don't have a feat, so we can't do that yet. That's almost everyone. Yeah, exactly, Pandemonium. Exar Kun was just a... Yeah!
What do you need? Talk about what? The only thing I want to do right now is find Dustle. If he's alive, there's just nothing else I want to think about. I'll understand if we can't look for him right now, but if we could, it would be a huge load off my mind.
I'll think about it, Chemic, but a PvP-only type game is probably not that interesting. So, whatever. But damn it, Django, I already went down the tree. Let's go to Tatooine and finish that up. Oh, we're at Tatooine. Right. I should have known. What do you mean by that, Formosan, if you don't mind extrapolating? It's literally just a matter of terminology, Venters. Effectively, there is no real difference between the groups of people. Like I said, just a matter of differing perspectives. More wisdom. Personally, I think that the way Revan is feeling and thinking right now is dependent on your particular interpretation of Revan. But you're, of course, asking my interpretation, so I'll go ahead and give it to you. My interpretation of Revan... Damn it. I'll wait for Django to advise me on this one. My interpretation is that Revan right now is like a... Okay, so, I know what this feels like, but I don't have any better words to describe this, because I've been like this in my real life. You're at the eye of the storm, and all around you is just this nightmarish, horrible, destructive storm, just annihilating everything around you. And you're just standing there, and all you can do is stare at it, because you can't comprehend it, you can't process it. You're just quiet. You know what I mean? Any of you ever feel like that? In actual fact, the latest movie, Inside Out, has a scene that actually has a wonderful visual metaphor for this. The emotions in Riley are trying to make her feel something, and the control panel goes gray. They literally lose the ability to make her feel. And so she's just that eye in the center of the storm. So that's how I feel Revan is right now. My Revan, I should say. Okay, Formosan. That's a really cool theory, or a really cool perspective, I should say. And I like that. Actually, I should actually level him. That would be pretty cool, Tim's up in Midget. But, that would be insane. Yes, I really liked that movie. It was incredibly well presented. But of course it was. It's a Pixar flick that isn't Cars. We need to get him all nice and equipped. which I think he actually kind of is. He's already got Bacchus Ceremonial, which we've already upgraded, I think. Yeah, we have. We'll go with that one. No, no, no. He doesn't have two-handed weapons. He doesn't have implants either. Okay.
Sure.
Yikukuno no ba mulira chikun. Tonghit kun.
You mean Malik? No, I'm talking about you. How do you know who I am? You're with the exchange. Get to the point.
Shagji locha wana wama manaman atota hakiju kratong haitwam jiji jum lumpa.
There's one.
Kachi. Tong abo sha umnina wanga kundis kava dumpa ku palia tolpa da pongwale ganduna. We tam
Just one. Sorry, guys. I don't have anything to drink and my throat hurts, so I can't do candy today. Sorry, guys. But if any of you who's doing the drinking game or the Oreo game or whatever, take a drink! Really, Django? Maybe I just haven't upgraded the Barragans, because the Bacchus seems to be better in, like, every way. But whatever. I'll find an upgrade station at some point. Seriously, I'm already have a sore throat, so I'm not doing the Oreo or the candy game. I could do the chip game. I'll go ahead and do the chip game, because I still have some chips. So I've got one kashi that I gotta go eat for. The candy game is like the drinking game. It's just for people who don't like, you know, glutting on alcohol or don't drink alcohol or whatever. So in other words, you know, take a drink every time blah happens. It's the same thing. You just take an Oreo or you take a piece of candy or something. And, the end, basically.
Good.
So I'll go grab my chips in just a moment. Where's, the thing I want? Ah, this is it. Ah, thank you. I was like, I thought it was in this zone, but I didn't see anything. Thank you, Deutsch. I don't see anyone, but whatever. Either way, I would totally vacation on Tatooine. If I had the power to do so. Anytime okay, they only have like.
Managed to come after all.
Yeah.
I see you brought friends.
You brought some of your own as well.
Ha! Indeed I did. I foresaw that you might need help, so I arranged a distraction.
Okay. The candy eating, drinking, whatever game right now is there's like 5 voice clips they've recorded for most of the alien languages, and so they loop a lot, right? And the one that's always bothered me ever since I first played this game was Kachir, you know, and so Yeah, every time it just kind of became a drinking game. We just kept pointing it out and pointing it out. So now that's every time they go Kachi, then we take a drink or whatever.
I do not need to hear your excuses, Jedi. I know why he brought you.
Enough of this talk, Joggy. Let's do what we came here to do.
And you shall all die.
Yeah, there was one on Dantooine which was literally Kachi, Runga Bunga Bunga. Kachi, Runga Bunga Bunga. 3 times in a row. Wait, seriously? I have to... Damn it. Okay, fine, fine. I did save just before that, because I'm playing KoTOR. Of course I've played this game before. Oh, you've played it. Okay, I see what you're saying. Kachi! Every time. Ugh. Yeah, we'll have to find a different Kachi when we get to KoTOR too. There's one in Tor too. I know there's one in Tor because I played through Tor 8 times and yeah. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
We both know the stakes here, and we both know what we must do. It is only in death that this can end.
This is a matter of honor. I cannot stand by this insult. I must do this.
Why?
He has slandered me and questioned my honor. Among the Mandalore, many have died for lesser insults.
I speak truth, and honor is the question here. The deaths of my comrades, your warriors, is a debt in blood that can only be paid by you. When you saw prospects for glory, you abandoned the plan and left us to die surrounded by enemies.
If I had not attacked when I did, the battle would not have been won so easily.
It would still have been won. You sent your own men to die there, Canderous. I cannot forgive you for what you did to us. You will pay.
That's not the way it happened. The Althiri were fighting hard. I saw a break in their defenses that left their center exposed. I had to take the chance. If I had not done what I did, many more warriors would have died and the battle would have taken much longer. I stand by my decision.
You coward. You glory hunter. You were given direct orders and were part of a plan. You had a responsibility to us.
I can regret their loss, but it was necessary.
Shoot, which one am I supposed to do, Django? Hang on, let's scroll up here. Zip. Revan would know exactly how to talk about this particular subject. That's really, really ironic when you think about it. What? Huh? They're leaving us, guys! They're leaving us! What the hell? Oh, it's okay, it's okay. They just came back. They decided they took it out for a joyride. They took it out for a joyride. I've seen this bug several times so far. Okay, it's okay. So we're still here. I've seen this bug a few times.
He left us to die when his responsibility was to us. Instead, he went hunting more glory for himself.
Ah! Kachi!
He cost us hours. But I do see your point. But why did you have to leave us there to die while you chased glory somewhere else?
I saw a chance and I had to take it. It ended the battle quicker than we would have otherwise, and many of our warriors may have died. Mandalore taught us that opportunism and flexibility in battle were to be admired. You may contradict me, but do you contradict him as well?
No, I see that I have been wrong. I have not been true to the teachings of Mandalore. You were right. I was wrong to question your honor, but I must now cleanse mine with my life.
And so it shall be.
Wait, what? I thought he committed suicide. Oh, he did commit suicide. He just left our thugs, who were probably like, damn it, now we don't get paid! Why did he hire us if he was going to commit suicide? Hang on, let's go check that donation really quick. This button here. From Kachi Mukashakapaka. And you got it, putting that towards the Tor playthrough. And thank you, Petrol. Oops, wrong page, wrong page. There we go.
I think this has affected me in ways I didn't anticipate. I think I'll need time to sort things out. Thanks for what you did. Whatever your intentions might have been. I just need time.
In Tor? Absolutely not, Fu. I'm amazed more people aren't donating against Tor. We've had a few donations against it, as I can see by my list over there, but it's been way overwhelmingly for Tor. I'm just really surprised by that.
Got something on you? Not particularly. Got something on your mind? Not particularly.
Damn it.
I suppose you're going to nag me until I cough it up, aren't you? Nothing is private.
That's true. I did Lorerun Mass Effect 3.
There's no escaping it, I guess. So be it. My wife's name was Neyama. She was the Yukatis enforcer who shot me out of the sky, if you remember. My wife had plenty to do with the war. Upon meeting her, I knew right away that she was strong in the Force. That's why she was able to shoot me down. Neyama was a marvel of a woman. Fiery.
Up top, Galtori.
Smart. She dragged me to the capital and foiled 3 of my attempts to escape prison. Oh, and that body.
Okay, I don't want to hear about that, Jolie. Anyway, seriously. Grats, Galtori. That is awesome. I'm super happy for you. You did, in fact, have good fortune.
Well, yes, that. Needless to say, I eventually won her over. That was after I kidnapped her upon being broken out of the Yukatis prison, mind you. But, that's another story entirely. At any rate, I wanted to train her in the Jedi way. The Council refused my request, naturally. I was still a Padawan at the time. I was an experienced Padawan, surely, but not yet ready to be a full Jedi, and certainly not ready to train another, especially not one so old as my wife.
First of all, Millen, Colleen, if you want to do me a favor, it would be awesome if you could cancel your Patreon so that you keep that money for yourself right now, because given the current circumstances, it would actually make me feel a lot better if you had that money than I did, okay? So, if you could do that, that would really be awesome. Please and thank you. Second, with regards to Shadow's question, man, there's a lot of games I could think of. I'm trying to think of a really good one, because there's a lot of games that I feel have skimped on content and are just shorter than they should be. I don't know. I can't come up with a really good example. I'll keep thinking about it.
I did. I wasn't the first, and I won't be the last. The problem with self-righteous folk is they think they're more right than everyone else. I believed in her and trained her in
Shadows of the Colossus, that's a good example.
Her willful nature. I loved her too much.
Really wanted more content there.
She loved me too. I know she did. At the time, our love was a shared bliss. Better than anything I had known before or since.
There's no shame in working as a deli clerk. There's no shame in getting a job, period, especially in this day and age. Are you kidding me? As long as the job doesn't make you want to kill yourself every day, and I mean that both metaphorically and literally, then it's a job and it's something we're celebrating. I wanted to slit my own throat when I was working in at Standard, but at least it was a job, right?
Exar Kun is what happened. Neyama was inspired by Exar's promises of a new golden age. She wanted to join him. She came to me, pleading with me to throw aside what she called the decrepit trappings of the Jedi, to join her in Exar's war. I pleaded with her to reconsider, to think about all that she was throwing away, to think about what she would become. She would have none of it. Finally, in frustration, she attacked me. She drew her lightsaber and attempted to strike me down. It was a scene being repeated everywhere throughout the galaxy. Pupil against master. In my case, it was a long and terrible battle, but I defeated her. No, I had her at my mercy, disarmed and defenseless. She looked up at me and she knew. She knew I couldn't do it.
Damn it, Melancholine. I'll debate it, XP, since I still don't fully believe that Last Guardian is actually coming out. And if you don't know why, for those of you who are wondering why I say that, let's just say Last Guardian has been confirmed and then canceled, and then confirmed and then canceled multiple times. So, when the game actually comes out, then we'll see.
But I should have. Sometimes I convince myself otherwise, but it's no use. She had fallen to the dark side when she raised her saber against me, and I let her go. To my shame, she went on to kill many Jedi during the war, until she herself was slain in the final battle. I grieved for her death, inevitable as it was, even as the Jedi Council put me on trial for my actions once the war was over. I had trained Neyama against their wishes. I had failed to kill her when I had the chance, and she went on to kill others. Not to mention that I had remained a Padawan throughout the war. A formality, perhaps, but with a trial, it had to be decided if I was worthy to become a Jedi at all. It was a travesty, of course. I told you that even the Jedi were capable of great injustices, didn't I? But I deserved to be tried. They found me innocent, even though I deserved every punishment and more. They let me go. Mitigating circumstances, they said. I deserved compassion, they said. They said I had learned wisdom the hard way. For all I had done during the war, they wished to raise me to full Jedi status at long last. That was when the Jedi left me. That was when they failed me. For my pride? For my cowardice? Which do you think is the act more befitting a Jedi? They may have been able to forgive me. I could never forgive myself. Yes, I do, I suppose. Does that surprise you? It's all so long ago, lost in the winds, I suppose. Nobody cares what an old man believes anymore, do they? Let's continue on with the task at hand. I would prefer to think of the present today.
Yeah, by the way, Hunter Black, that quote of Garrick's is incredibly significant to what's going on here. But whatever. Thanks for bringing the ship back, Mission. I appreciate it, because, you know, you kind of... I don't mind the joyrides, really, I don't. It's cool, I understand, it's a ship, it's fun to fly around, but just make sure you bring it back.
Got something. Oh, that was not until many years later, to tell the truth. I spent quite some time wandering the galaxy. Why wouldn't they? I had refused my promotion to Jedi. I was a Padawan who had left the Order, nothing more. I traveled from one civilized system to the next, never staying long. I don't even think I knew what I was searching for. It wasn't as if my travels were pleasant either. There were plenty of folks who distrusted the Jedi after the war, or worse. If people weren't treating me with suspicion, they were looking at me with greed. I don't know how many thought they could make use of me for their own ends. I got so sick of the treachery and deceit, I left the civilized parts of the galaxy and headed instead for the uncivilized parts.
Sith Warrior as a light side Nordic Wolf is my personal favorite class story in TOR.
Actually, I was on my way somewhere else when I crash-landed on Kashyyyk. The ship I was using was a rust bucket. I'd taken some damage passing through an unexpected asteroid field, as I recall. But I wasn't completely without some systems. I could still guide her a bit when I crashed. It wasn't what I would call the smoothest landing, especially considering I ended up smack in the depths of the Shadowlands. But I lived. I'm no mechanic, and besides, after you plunge nose first in the trunk of a 5-kilometer-high tree, chances are you don't have much ship left. I'd taken some Sure, why not? Seemed like an interesting enough place to spend a couple of decades exploring. That was a challenge at first. You've seen the kind of creatures that exist down there, and you missed the really big ones. I was still able to rely on the Force to keep me safe for the most part. The rest of the trick is keeping out of the way of most of the predators. No, that's true. Still, most of the creatures grow accustomed to me, and I to them. At least none of them ever heard of a Jedi.
You're completely insane, you know that?
What do you know? I'd done enough wandering by that point, thank you very much. I felt at peace in the Shadowlands. Oh, they did at first, oh yes. I can't say I was overly pleased to encounter a group of indigenous giant carpets either, I can assure you of that. Well, that was after 2 decades of helping them. They certainly didn't trust me at first.
Glossed over, Shadow. Easy answer. I'm curious, but it'll be glossed over.
When I could, I would assist a few young ones who would get lost in the Shadowlands or attacked unexpectedly
So you're
by
on Sparta.
wildlife. I must say, for a while there, the Wookiees actually thought I was some kind of benevolent forest god. Amusing, really. I set them straight eventually. At first, when the slavers took to hunting down lone Wookiees in the fringes of the Shadowlands, I did my best to divert them. Later, when Shundar made his deal, I didn't see any point. I wasn't here to save them from their own sad follies, after all. Not really. Kashyyyk is a place you can feel very small in. It felt good to devote my time to helping people and living simply. What can I say? I did it all for the Wookiees. The Wookiees. Well, okay, maybe I needed some time on a quiet and remote planet, but if you ever need a friend, an incredibly strong hairball isn't a bad call. I suppose I am in a way, despite the smell. For a race of gardeners, they've developed quite interestingly. You remember the alien computer, correct? Kashyyyk was meant to be an agricultural planet. The Wookiees were made for a reason. Or at least that's what I'm thinking. But I'm an old man who's had a long time to develop that opinion, so don't argue with me. At any rate, we should be moving along, don't you think? If you sat around this long in the Shadowlands, attack would eat you.
KoTOR 2, Nordic. Again, easy answer. The hairless one. Was that for his head or the rest of him, I wonder? Yeah, by the way, as I was trying to make clear in my video about Star Trek Insurrection, there's nothing at the core wrong with the rural simplicity mindset. It was just the way that the Baku implemented it, which was so damn irritating. Jolie there is a much better example of rural simplicity done properly. Okay, so we've done... Oh, we need to talk to Candace.
Yeah, what are you... Working for Davik was like driving a spike through the side of your head. Sure, you got something new in there, but in the end, you've lost something as well. Beating up people who wouldn't or couldn't pay, strong-arming his competitors, killing who he said. It was busy work, nothing decent.
I've done lore runs of Warcraft 3 and technically the whole Warcraft story, Fallout New Vegas, the entire Mass Effect trilogy, all the Final Fantasies, Kingdom Hearts 2, StarCraft 2, Just Wings of Liberty. I feel like there's more. but I don't remember. I haven't actually captured all of those live, so not all of them are up on YouTube right now. From now on, all lore runs are going up on YouTube, though. There's been a huge... oh, yeah, Dragon Age, the entire Dragon Age series. Forgot about that one. That was just last year. I already said Warcraft. I don't remember if there's any others. But I do intend to keep doing more lore runs in the future. That's why I've got like 4 planned right now.
Assassin, mercenary. Those are names people give guys like me who do the killing to make us seem better or worse in their eyes. I've killed many people. I can't say I'm proud of it, but I have. Criminals, competitors, businessmen, police, women, children. Jedi were a better challenge. But they hardly ever poked around in the Undercity. Until you came along. But I never wanted to challenge you. Never felt the need. Maybe I knew I couldn't win. Just like all those years ago.
Command & Conquer is a weird thing to lore run on, because, well, we've got the main Command & Conquers, which are either great or terrible, and have really inconsistent story, and then we have the Red Alerts, which are not really lore-intensive games to begin with, so... And yes, I talked about the indoctrination theory way back in ME3. Which theory do I go with? Well, I eagerly support the fact that Mass Effect 3 will eventually be made, and I look forward to it when it finally comes out.
Yeah, probably. You probably would have beaten me again. Maybe you would have. But you're not who you were back then. I can tell. You've changed. And maybe I have to. I remember a time when I could do anything I wanted. Kill, maim, murder. It was all the same to me. But now that I am older, I can look back and regret.
Ah! Okay, Sean, you got it. We'll stop being an odd number donation total here. There you go. Well, let's just say that I don't like the endings of Bloodborne, so go, and we'll leave it at that. Cabal? I've always been of the opinion that he's part alien computer program and part little bit of Kane's own mindset. That's always just my take on it.
I look back and regret all the chances I had as a warrior. And then all the chances I've had since then. I shouldn't be getting like this. Not when so many other things are happening, but... It feels like something has changed inside and I don't know what it is.
No, Dios.
This is unbecoming a warrior. Let's get on with everything before I start getting sentimental or something. Is there something else you want to know?
By the way, Shadow, I actually have been hiding stuff on Pluto. I've talked about it rather openly, actually. Anyone who has heard me talk about... occasionally someone is just really, really terrible, and so rather than doing anything horrible to them, I just exile them to Pluto. That's how that works out. Dark Souls lore run? I already talked about Dark Souls. I don't really feel like talking about it again. God, I wish I could say I have no regrets in my life. I have regrets going back to when I was 13. But let's not talk about real life. Real life is buggy. I've talked about that many times, Nordic. Suffice it to say, I don't like the Revan book at all, and I really don't like what they did with Revan and Tor. There we go. Like what, man, Darton? Because there's not many Star Wars games that are lore-intensive or worthy of... Well, okay, I shouldn't say worthy of, but it's a tricky situation doing a lore run, because it has to be a game that's enjoying to watch, in addition to a game that has a lot to talk about. Okay, initially, we want Jolie. Do we start off with considering them slaves, or do we start off with the quest? I actually don't remember how this works out. Because there's a lot of stuff to do in Korriban. I mean, a lot. Nope, haven't forgot about the new Xeno game. It's just not a huge priority right now. Alright, so we'll do these first. Oh, God, maybe Pandemonium? But that's... I try to shy away from massive lore runs like that. It already took a lot of time for people to convince me to do the WoW one, which is going to be insane. Whoop. How do you know I'm a Jedi? So I imagine. Okay, 25 credits. The Final Fantasy Marathon was... Oh, this scene. Okay. This scene is, in a nutshell, exactly what is wrong with the Sith idiots in comparison to the Sith code.
No, that is the wrong answer. Again, you pathetic hopefuls can't possibly all be this stupid, can you?
Watawama mulira, king konjo peshak. No ba muliraji. Joni yun turumchi, we itadia. Pola una chinek. Ba mulirat slimoanga kunbiskin.
I'm no master yet, but I like the sound of that. All right, one more question. Though a lot of you is trying my patience. All right, let's say you become a Sith and I am your commanding officer. I give you an order to spare the life of an enemy. Do you do it?
Oh, of course, Shardan. Anything you command us.
We would never oppose you.
No. Do you honestly believe that the Sith are in need of such sniveling cowards? Mercy is a weakness. If your leader shows weakness, it is your duty to kill him and show true authority, true power. That is why the Sith are strong.
Tunipudu. Rana no prata don't know sercha. Ichua penki.
No, you don't understand, and you probably never will. You wouldn't survive 5 seconds in the academy. The other students would tear you apart. Bah! I can't be bothered with fools. Perhaps I should... You, Jedi! You're looking to get into the academy, are you not? Well, of course you are. Why else would you be here? Let me pose a question to you. These hopefuls will never survive in the academy. A lesson must be taught here, but I am at a loss as to what form it should take.
Well, if you can't think of anything cruel, you really shouldn't be out here, young man, should you?
I think to spare them the effort of being killed and do it myself. Perhaps I shall turn their skin inside out. Or force lightning. Yes, it's a most impressive display. Or perhaps a bit of humiliation is in order. I could easily strip off their tunics and make them run through the colony. Or they could lose all control of their bodily functions. What do you think? I just can't seem to decide.
Wow. I'm not even going to comment on this. I've already made my opinions about the Sith idiots versus the Sith code clear. Just everything in this scene just speaks for itself. And Jolie's awesome.
We didn't do anything. Please, help us. Silence. It's not what they did so much as what they didn't do, which is prove themselves worthy. I'm exhausted from dealing with their mulings, so please decide for me, will you? Let them go? And what could possibly convince me to do that?
You want to let them go.
I want to let them go. Yes, that's right. They're not worth my time. I'm on my head. What was that? I feel like just get out of here, all of you. I don't have time for this.
This guy probably has a poster of Darth Bandon up on his wall. Oh, God, just pathetic. Okay, so now we got to get into the slave thing here. So I actually know some people who have called this a racist thing, which I just find stupid, but whatever. So I guess that's your warning. Okay, wrong guy. Where's the...
Look here, my dear friends. We have some newcomers to the colony. A Jedi, no less. I don't believe I've seen any of them before. Have you?
I hate Jedi, and these fallen ones are worse. They always get into the academy, and they think they're better than the rest of us.
Well, if you'd seen us before, we wouldn't be newcomers, would we?
Smart-mouthed newcomers, to boot.
Looks pretty fresh to me, Lashao.
That's what I thought. Well, stranger, I don't know whether you're aware of this or not, but here on Korriban, the Sith do as they please. And we are Sith. Quite literally, whether you live or die depends upon our whim. What do you think of that? Hmm?
I think you're pathetic.
How precocious. I think this one tried to make a joke, don't you?
I didn't think it was funny.
Neither did I. A brave face, perhaps, but I'm more interested in being amused at the moment, I think. What do you say? Amuse us. Make us laugh, and we might just consider allowing you to live.
So these two Mandalorians are out in the woods.
Go on.
One of them collapses. He doesn't seem to be breathing and his eyes are glazed. The other Mandalorian takes out his communicator and contacts his commander.
I've heard this one before. I think...
Quiet!
He gasps, "My partner's collapsed. I don't know what to do." And after a moment, the commander responds, "Calm down. I can help."
And then?
"First, let's make sure your partner is dead." There's silence, and a blaster shot is heard. Back of the communicator, the Mandalorian says, "Okay, now what?"
Ha! Too funny. Good one.
Yes, I suppose that wasn't
I like how
too
she
bad.
salutes you.
All right then, my friend. You've done as you were asked. Perhaps we will meet again.
I admit I actually kind of like that joke. Horrible black comedy, but still funny. Fun fact, I didn't realize that that joke was actually valid for a really long time. Oh yeah, I need to go buy the super gun. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Cassis's heavy blaster. There we go. Yeah, by the way, Cassis Fett's blaster. Ha ha ha. Ah, wrong guy. Where is the other dude? Ah, here it is. I'm glad you've seen the light. Yeah, come on. Okay, premium items. What do we got here? Ah, that's a good point, Django. I should go do that. We'll do that in a minute. It's wiping out. A lot of the things the Sith do is ridiculous, but I gotta be honest. The thing that always gets me is killing people on your own bridge. Oh, whoop. Wow, that's expensive as crap. Give credits. And a D45. I like how he tells you you're stupid for taking down a crate dragon, by the way. I love that. Okay, so back into it. Dominator gauntlets. And... let's see, what else? Doesn't he sell a energy protector? Yep, there it is. What else? The belt. Where's the belt? There it is. And just for the heck of it. Damn it, really? Whatever. Okay. Never, Django. I'll never give in to the upgrade side of the Falls.
Greetings. You've heard of that awful business on Idian, yes? Our corporate outpost there has been destroyed by the Wookiee savages.
He
This
means
could put back
Kashyyyk,
the use
by
of
the way.
Wookiee labor considerably. We may even have to abandon the planet completely.
Oh,
well,
no.
Sorry. Was there something you needed? We do some mining here, and are responsible for local shipping and support of the Sith on Korriban. Our starport is mostly just freighters and such. But we do get many travelers that come here to learn from the Sith. I must say, Zerka is in need of droids right now. That's a mighty fine-looking one you have there.
Objection. This unit is not for sale, meatbag.
Yes, of course. No offense meant. Touchy, isn't it? This office is actually our administrative headquarters for this region. Rather inauspicious, isn't it? We offer good prices here to those traders that keep the colony supplied. If you're in need of anything, this is the place to come.
It's an okay idea, flawless, but it's pretty buggy in application, I've seen. Basically, Shadow, it's a vague thing. It's an ill-defined thing. In other words, it is literally a prospect of your willpower, your capacity to focus your thoughts, that kind of thing, that determines whether or not you're actually going to be affected by Force Persuade. It is also worth noting that you can damage a mind permanently with Force Persuade. That's mentioned a few times, actually. Do you think the Force is a weird mix of biotic plus Reaper indoctrination? That's horrifying. I'm sorry. The first thing I just suddenly pictured was Hypnotoad from Futurama. I don't know why. No, I don't. I've talked about the Force earlier, and of course you didn't see that because you weren't here. I go back and watch like my very first VOD. I spent like the first 20 minutes talking about the Force.
I suppose you've heard about the destruction of Taurus, yes? Awful business, that.
Yes, I do, Wolf
Zerka
Dog.
lost a fortune there. Not that the Sith care. We do some mining here. Our star... I must... this... If you... Well, why not? This is Sith space now, and the company has to survive regardless of who is in charge. The Republic, the Sith, the economy has to keep going. Now, was there anything else?
It's a wonderfully pragmatic statement, but also very true. And yet, Malik's actions and the actions of other stupid Sith tend to be very anti-economics, if you understand what I mean. In a bad way. Alright, let's go find the spice. Yeah, Malik running an economy. I don't think Malik understands the concept of money, let alone economy. But whatever. Yes, Fenrir. We've already passed that conversation. Speaking of which, though, I think he has one more.
Are we back to that again? What's the best way for me to approach this? Perhaps it's time for a little story. You just keep quiet there, you. I've had to put up with all your busybody questions after...
And I gotta answer this question really quick. So Malik's at the coffee shop, in full dark Sith robes, and he's got the thing, he's like...
I have brought you your coffee. I ensured that it had lots and lots of poison in it. It will kill you, unless you are strong enough to withstand it.
Why would I drink a coffee that's actually poisoned? You just told me it's poisoned.
Yes, but if you have true Sith power, then you will be able to drink it.
Well, why don't you drink it?
I can't. I have lost my jaw.
Oh, well, I guess that's a fair point. What? Oh, okay. Thank you for the coffee. Here's your money.
That is 10 cents lower than what it should be.
Boss comes up. Malik, why have you killed another customer?
I have told you once before never to question me. Also, I need tomorrow off. I would like to go to a concert. Do you think that would be acceptable? Manager, boss, Bob, dude, whatever.
Look, no, I need you to cover.
I will not cover tomorrow's shift.
Boss falls over dead. Cops show up. Hold it! Freeze!
No, you don't understand. I actually work here.
Oh, well, can you tell us who killed them?
I killed them because they were too... Oh, damn it!
And then they shoot him and he dies. The end.
Well, now you listen to a story, damn it. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, the story. You almost made me forget about it. Nice try, but I'm not that old just yet. Now then, a young man sees a terribly venomous snake in his small village. Nervous, he watches the snake carefully until it leaves. The young man follows the snake into the forest. He clears the branches out of its path and helps it over obstacles. He even works to keep it fed. Shush! Many nights pass, and still the young man continues to follow the snake. He even follows it into the sands of the great desert. In the desert, the snake eventually grows hungry. It turns and bites the young man, its poison quickly working its way into his system. Finally, curious, the snake looks at the boy as he lays dying and asks, "Why were you foolish enough to follow me all the way out into the desert?" The boy looks back and replies, "Did I follow you? I thought I was leading you away from everyone else." And then he died.
By the way, that is an awesome story and very indicative of Jolie's mindset. I think I missed your question, Shadow, if you want to repeat it. KoTOR 2, in my opinion, is superior to KoTOR 1. There's a lot of reasons for that. We'll be covering those when we get there.
Well, now, that's what I wanted to see for myself. Well, then, let's hope you're not the young man either. I've told you before that you have a destiny before you. This does not mean, however, that your future is already written. They are not the same thing. You have the choice of which direction you take your destiny in. More than engine-sucking Andor, certainly. But even he had a choice. So far, you've chosen to take the lighter path. Can you stay that course, even through the challenges ahead? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not here to judge you or tell you which path to take. I'm here ready to offer you my help, should you ask for it. I do that because I think it's important. More important than remaining in my home and pretending the galaxy doesn't exist. That's why I'm here.
You go ahead, Shadow. You have my permission formally.
I'm rather glad I came too, really. You're a fine young lad. I hope things turn out well for you. Now then, I've chatted enough for one lifetime. Let's get this show on the road, shall we?
Well, unfortunately, EA is going to show up and ensure that Revan does not have a good future, so thanks for that, EA. So, okay, here's the truth about KoTOR 2 and slightly more convolution. It is buggier. It has a way worse finale and climax and ending, and it was rushed, so they actually cut content. However, it's made by Obsidian and is way better written and has a lot more gray and complexity to its storytelling and its writing and its characters and all that fun stuff than KoTOR 1 does. Not that I'm saying KoTOR 1 is a bad game by any measure, because it's an amazing game.
Yeah, what are you...
Okay, so we're done with him for the moment. I believe we're done with Jolie. Get out of my way, you frickin' Gizka. I would have killed you all if the chat let me.
Got something on.
Yeah, KoTOR 2 is also weird to do a lore run on because we literally cannot show you all of the lore of KoTOR 2 in one run. There's a lot of mutually exclusive stuff. That adds to replay value, but for the record, we will not be playing KoTOR 2 multiple times, just to make that clear. Let's see. Right. I need you. And you. The funny thing about KoTOR 2 for me is KoTOR 2 remained awesome right up until that last thing with right at the end dungeon with Malachor 5. Right up to there, it was like, yeah! And then it just trailed off really hard. I mean, really hard, you know? Like, I don't even have another game to compare it to. I guess Neverwinter Nights 2, also by Obsidian. Actually. Oh, right, I knew, I'm just sitting here thinking, what am I forgetting? I forgot to look for the box. Where's the box? Can anyone just tell me where it is really quick so I don't have to, you know... Transit disabled. Fine. The spice must flow. Otherwise, we might actually have to invent our own form of FTL drive. We must remain enslaved to the Reapers. I tend to agree that the Telos thing was a little bit more of a climax to the thing, but they had to have that Malachor 5 thing, and it was so rushed. Maybe Wolf Dogs, but I'm not, by the way, for the record, I'm not scheduling any new lore runs right now, or indeed for the next several months, because I've already got several really long lore runs to push through. All of the Kingdom Hearts series, all of the StarCraft series, and the World of Warcraft, so we'll schedule new stuff when we're through those, okay? And no, I have not in Requiem. Favorite contained lore? Oh. Ooh, I'll have to think about the one XP. Like, See you around, Shadow. Hope to see you later. Oh, there it is. Okay, on we go. Oops, 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 oops. Right. I believe it. Sounds like Dragon Age 2 syndrome all over again. Wait, God damn it, really? Really? I opened the thing. Why do I have to loot things in an RPG? God! Frickin' frukin'. I don't want the spice to flow. I've played Spore. Which, by the way, I know this is a really unpopular opinion, but I actually really like Spore. Like, it's a game I've spent like 400 hours playing. I love the crap out of Spore. Yes, we will be doing everything when we do the Lorerun a while. We'll be starting with level 1 characters, plural, and showing off everything. I've had that one planned for months. I know exactly how I'm doing that one. I will never give in. I'll never join you, Galtori! I am a... What's the opposite of a loot whore? Spore did not sell particularly well. It's why we have never had a Spore 2. And why that kind of just tapered off. And why... in general, it tends to be thought of more ill than good. And of course, EA did some really stupid decisions with it, but I shouldn't even say that. It's like saying, and then the water continued to be wet. Probably not, Lurker. Although I still have that save. A loot prude? Yeah. Okay. Nope. Alright, we're done. Okay, let's go ahead and buy some more stuff now that we've got some more credit. I don't know in Requiem. We'll find out when we get there. Alright. That's just... there. Why would I do the box quest? Also, he's gone. Possibly Kaon. I'm not 100% decided on that yet. You know what? I don't feel like doing the Rakatan thing. You can get a Rakatan box. I don't have any lore to talk about it. The end. Moving on. Save. New slot. Load. Quick save. Yes. I'll show off the frickin' Rakatan box that we get from doing the quest for the guy. It was just ahead of lettuce, guys. Spoiler alert. Now, this is something they tied into Tor, but again, I don't really have much to talk about here. That's why I was just going to go ahead and skip it. I'll just show it off. If I come up with anything to talk about, then I will totally share it, but otherwise I'm just going to showcase this. Here you go. There you go. Yes. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we got the box. How do we open it? Because I don't remember. There's the box. So, I guess there is something I could talk about, but I was kind of going to save that until we got to Tor, assuming we talked about Tor. Got it. It's in the cargo hold. I was going to say, this doesn't look familiar as me.
So, Jolie, you decided to leave your little hermitage in the forest and come help us stop the Sith. I guess you realized this was worth coming out of retirement for, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Sonny. The Sith are the greatest evil to hit the galaxy since, well, the Mandalorians. And they're the worst thing since Exar Kun, blah, 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 etc., etc., etc.
Okay, old man, you lost me there. Are you trying to make a point?
Look, everybody always figures the time they live in is the most epic. Most important age to end all ages. But tyrants and heroes rise and fall, and historians sort out the pieces.
By the way, this is basically the Star Wars concept of patterns. And I like how I'm super fast because I'm turboed. Anyways, the idea of the patterns repeating itself thing in a nutshell. Because just about every era of Star Wars we see, there's some big evil threat, there's some great war going on, etc.
Malak is a tyrant who should be stopped. If he conquers the galaxy, we're in for a couple of rough centuries. Eventually, it'll come around again. But I'd rather not wait that long. So we do what we have to do, and we try to stop the Sith. But don't start thinking this war, your war, is more important than any other war just because you're in it.
That's an interesting theory, but I don't buy it. The Republic stands for something. It stood for something for 15,000 years, and if it falls, everything will change forever.
You believe whatever you need to get through this, Sonny. The bottom line is we both want to stop Malak. So let's not get hung up on the details. Let's just get back to stopping him.
Karth has an interesting perspective, but ironically, I fully disagree with him here. I'm pretty much with Jolie on this one. It does matter. We do want to stop the tyrants, but everything has happened before, and everything will happen again, except better than what they did with that, because that line turned out to be a huge red herring. Anyways. I'm sorry, that was one of the biggest discouragements for me in Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, open it. So, what the Rakatans do is, as a way of imprisoning people and as a way of prolonging their lifespan, they will put themselves into these prison boxes. We'll see several of these in Tor. Like I said, I was going to save this conversation for Tor, but we're here, so whatever. The weird thing, though, is they use this for both purposes. Most of the box people we encounter are prisoners. People who even the Rakatans decided were horrible enough to deserve this kind of punishment. Except I've never taken that theory on it personally. I've always believed that the idea here is that these Rakatans have been dropped in here specifically because the Rakatans in general will just corrupt, politically horrible people who drop, enemies in here as opposed to criminals. That's always been my take on it, because we've seen a lot of the Rakatan culture, and it's messed. However, the thing I find fascinating is that this exact same thing is a literal way of achieving immortality. There's a quest that pisses me off on the prison planet in Tor. We'll get there when we get there. Where you go in here and it's like, aha, I will be free! And then you don't have a choice. He gets freed no matter what you do, which pisses me off. But in other words, the point being, several Rakatans keep this whole mind, computer, whatever thing. They keep their soul, their essence, whatever you want to call it, in programming, specifically so they could survive, so they could endure, so they could live across the many millennium. And it's actually one of the ways that several Rakatans have survived, if you could call it that, into the modern era, 20,000 years later, 30,000 years later, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, I'm talking about Belsavis. That's the specific one I'm referring to. Although, there's several of these bastards on Belsavis. Note the chair. So this is a Rakatan. I'll let you read these. I'll have to do for what? Yeah, so he's going to try and push his digital consciousness into our body to escape. Hey, Night Cobra. Like I said, I'm just letting you read his dialogue here. I was actually going to comment on that, Fu. I feel like they actually mention it later. I could be wrong, but there's a strong hint that the Rakatan language spawned Huttese and Rhodian and various other languages that we go through. Wait. Hunters. Oh, right. I know what Hunter's talking about. Never mind. Who else has been in here beside me? Yeah, by the way, we speak Rakatan. That's actually a plot point. By the way, this is one of the most horrible things I think you could ever do to a sentient being. I'm dead serious. Imagine everything that's wrong about prison, except you don't have to eat or sleep or drink or breathe. You're just in an empty space forever. I've talked before about how the mind will literally deconstruct itself and start eating itself, literally as well as otherwise, without stimuli. Imagine what it would be like to just be in this white space, no stimuli, nothing to keep you functional, over and over and over, forever. By the way, the other people who are stuck in here are probably still in here, their minds at least, because that's how these prison boxes work. We are effectively imprisoned. But I just want to say, I would have laughed so hard if Malik had found this first, because then Malik would be in this prison forever. He wouldn't be able to get out. I mean, he wouldn't be able to figure it out, and he can't speak Rakatan, so he wouldn't be able to coordinate with the guy to try and figure out how to get out, and it's just, yeah. That's just, wow. I know, visit. I hate harbors. Let me guess, there's a catch. Destroying what, Sean? There's nothing here to destroy. Oh, that would be very interesting, Wolf Dog. I actually kind of like the idea of that. So what do you suggest? Oh, it is, Reach. It is. So what kind of conversation do you mean? How many of you guys have never seen this Rakatan box, by the way? I'm actually curious. I have my own theories about the Dwemer, or Dwermer if you prefer. But it wouldn't surprise me if this was one of the consequence. Okay. Riddles in the bright. Yes, Shady Moafi. Oh wow, Reach. For reference, I saw this my first playthrough too. I didn't really want to do this because again I didn't have anything to discuss, but I also assumed everyone had already seen this. So thank you for everyone who had convinced me to go ahead and do this. Because I didn't realize several people hadn't actually seen this. So yeah, let's do it.
Joncha chuva king lorna ita kun kava tompa kulpa ye mokpada. Bonanai kachu. Yiki kun no ba mulirachi kun.
You know the best part? Well, I'll talk about that in a moment. When he shuts up. Time. Very easy. But before we go into that, one of the things I like about this is I have no doubt that everyone else has no idea what's in the box, ironically. That the reason they're like, you must not open this box, is because what happens from the outside perspective is someone opens the box and then they fall over, for all intents and purposes dead, because they have no brain activity, because their soul, sentience, whatever you want to call it, has been sucked in to the box. So they're like, oh my god, it's this deadly box. So what they want with it externally is one of two things. Either A, it's this valuable rare artifact that they want for bragging rights, or B, they want it to kill people with. You know, force someone to open the box or give it to them and convince them to open it, that kind of a thing, right? So, yeah, time. Does it matter which one we pick? I don't think it does. Gizka, easy answer. Wolf Dog. Well, like I said, I was thinking of this in terms of talking about the Rakatan society and the usage of things in general. And again, I was going to leave all of that to Tor, because this comes up several times in Tor.
Kawana bota ita tagwa. Kampidora tokun watamel ita bola. Achuta, wanga kumbis dorbeki kunyana. Don patogas maktelia. Konticha nai. Molira aswaktorong onipotaga. Wanaga konteze. Ekratok hakujia.
A hole? Oh, no, it's gravity, isn't it? Oh, no, wait, hang on. No, it's got to be tomorrow. Or the future is what I was actually thinking. I'm going to go with tomorrow. Hang on, I never was, always will be. I actually suck at riddles in real life, by the way. Of course, I suck at puzzles in real life, too. Yeah, okay, we're just going with tomorrow.
Yoka kotompa kolpalyeya. Achuta, wanga kumbis dorbeki kunyana. Don patogas maktelia. Tonga bucha uneno. Wanga kumbiske. Bamulera. Junyon tun jiji itetuana. Kabe volpe molche komana. Achuta, wanga kumbis dorbeki kunyana. Don patogas maktelia.
And yeah, he's got a little bit of Mandalorian there. Who makes it has no need of it, who buys it has no use for it, who uses it has no knowledge of it. Oh, I've heard this one before. I give up. Who makes it has no use for it, who buys it has no use for it. Who uses it has no... It's a grave. Yeah, okay.
Mocha shak pang pang. Yinkin kuno ba molera shakon. Achuta. Wanga kumbis dorbeki kunyana. Don patogas maktelia. Shachi kien lorcha wata wama. Kama volpe molche kumana. Kien kun shaki. Neken kun no mulara.
Yeah, that one was in Baldur's Gate too. That's probably where I saw it before.
Donke serche doma doma. Achuta. Wanga kumbis dorbeki kunyana. Don patogas maktelia. Rondi haudonga kuhongabi. Wala kumbes. Cheng palamuli ton king ba nokonkek. Tukning tachokun. Nemolera best.
I was gonna say, that seems like a fire, a flame. I'm always hungry with the finger like, yeah, okay, flame. That's...
Kachicho ita hotonga. Yin kin kuno ba bulira chikun. Slimo potona. Ronde haudonga kuhongabi. Achuta.
Wagakumbis Dorbeki Kunyana, Don Patogas Mactelia.
You see nothing else when you look in my face. I look you in the eye and I will never lie. Isn't that a clock?
Kontichanai, Molida Aswaktorong Onipotaga, Wanaga Conteze, Ekratok Hakujijia, Wata Yumaka Wama Hohanek, Latinongo Doneba, Jepicasa, Dopa Yuma Pesun Joy, Jepicola Wish.
Oh, it's your reflection.
Jashak Bokra Olma, Cheska Nechu, Achuba Cheska Wanki, Tetoki Grato, Contica Con Ken Cachompro. Bogra Walia na Bongsha.
Is it sad that I actually feel bad for this guy?
Tonga Bongsha Umeno, Wanga Kumbiske, Bamulera, Chunyon Tun Gigi Itetuana, Gabe Volpe Molche Komana, Cachicho Ita Hotonga, Yin King Kunoba, Bulira Chikon, Slimo Putuna.
Yeah, it's kind of mean, isn't it? He hasn't seen his reflection in 30,000 years.
Rondi Hodonga Kuhongavi, Wala Kumbes, Cheng Palamuli, Ton King Ba Nokonkek, Tukning Tachokun,
Sterling's pretty much all Rakatans were slavers. He'd have to do something worse than a slaver to do that.
Cachicho Ita Audonga, Yumalita Inkotu, Jelomoran Benu Bobo, Wango Kumbis Kangba, Molera, Shachi Jen Lorcha Watawama, Kava Volpe Molche Komana, King Kunshaki, Neken Kuno Molara Jikon, Wama Kumbes, Chimpala Mole Tunerana Pruta, Donke Serche Domaton, Ita Natanya Yeta, Wata Yamaka Wama Bokakne, Ashaktorong, Umne Patoga, Wana Kumbis Chikmala Mol Tonki.
Don't worry, I'm sure someone else will be along before you know it.
We Ita Natanya Yitya, Kote Chanai, Topa Togas Materia.
You see, the funny thing, Wolfdog, is given Rakatan society and how messed up it is, this guy's crime could be disagreeing with a local noble, or marrying the wrong person, or something other mild like that. We don't actually know. We will never know. Unlike the Brain Eater guy. Or the Bionic Plague guy, which we'll talk about when we get there.
Kontichanai, Molida Aswaktorong Onipotaga, Wanaga Conteze, Ekratok Hakujijia, Wata Yumaka Wama Hohanek.
Okay.
Wata Wama Molere, Kenkunjo Peshwak.
I do like the voice acting on his tones. He managed to get a lot of tone and inflection across for basically saying gibberish. The irony is, it wouldn't surprise me if this prison is actually really easy to destroy. Just toss it into a sun. Let's open it again! Oh. Yeah, the mere fact that he honors his side of the bargain is interesting. He doesn't keep you there out of spite, even though he was fully capable of doing that. Unique, really. Certain other people in boxes would actually try to literally overpower you and kill you in order to be able to escape into your body. Karth, right. So that's the Rakatan box. We will be seeing more of them, plural, if we get to Tor. Because everything in Tor had to be plural. Hey, we had a Force Ghost. Let's have hundreds of them! I know I keep harping on that, but God, I get so tired of that. It just bothers me so much that Force Ghosts are just everywhere in Tor, you know? It's even a main plot point for one of the quests we'll be going through with the Inquisitor. 999,999 bottles of beer on the wall. 999,999 bottles of beer. You take one down, you pass it around. 999,998 bottles of beer on the wall. 999,998 bottles of beer on the wall. 999,998 beer. You take one down, you smash it on the ground. I'll stop. Karth. 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 Oh my god, dude. Come here, boy. There you go. Good boy. Pretty skybox, by the way. Oh, so okay, well, let's just go ahead and do that then real quick so we get the HK combo. Dual wielding is in fact a thing for some classes in Tor. Hey, HK, auto level!
Yes?
I did not like it, Nordic. I'm really, really, really disinterested. It's not bad, it's just... Hello, prospective Sith. What are you doing?
Leave me be. Can't you see that I'm busy?
Are you one of the Siths from the Academy?
Isn't that obvious? You must be very sharp to possess such an astute sense of perception. Obviously death, however, since I asked you to leave. No, you may not. I'm busy amusing myself, and I'm not going to miss any of the fun. Now get lost before I teach you a lesson.
So...
Please, don't hurt me. I am too weak with hunger.
What are you doing? He's trying to prove himself worthy. If they stand there long enough, they'll be worthy.
Seems like not much to do to be worthy of anything. How long you been up to it, boy?
Days. Here, I have a bit of food. So, who's more foolish? These idiots, or the idiots who are wasting them like this?
You'll get your turn soon enough, fool. And when you do, I will be there, laughing as you collapse from heat exhaustion and Mikkel's beatings.
Seriously. This is retarded. Forgive me, I mean no insult to retarded people, but seriously! It's like, my first reaction when I first saw this was, wow, this is really evil that these Sith idiots would abuse power in such a horrible situation. But then I look at these people and it's like, they're doing this willingly so that they can prove to be worthy of joining the Sith. And in so doing, and as was just listed, their motivation is so that they too can do this to other people. There's a term for this in psychology, and I forget what it is, but it's basically the oppressors become the the oppressed become the oppressors. The idea that, well, I have gone through this horrible stuff, and now I will do it to other people. And it's a thing that happens with regards to personal things as well. It's one of the reasons why, like child abuse, which I really don't want to talk about too much, is something that tends to be cyclical, because in several cases, the child grows up, and then, yeah, you can. We're going to stop talking about that now. So, yeah, it's just like, really? So, it's hard to have pity on these guys because they're standing there like idiots. Yeah, Successful Revolutions is another excellent example of that cyclical crap. Are you Mekkel?
What if I am?
Why are you making those men stand there?
That is the whole point. Personally, I think it's wonderful fun. Those fools actually think that if they stand there long enough, I'll let them become a Sith. Idiots. A Sith is not a bantha, all endurance and no brains. A Sith would fight for his life, no matter the odds. If these rot grubs are as stupid as they seem, then they deserve their fate. Oh, it's a test, all right. It's a test to see if they're actually fool enough to die. If they don't, however, I certainly wouldn't admit them just for that accomplishment.
Why not just shoot them where they stand? It would at least be more direct.
Observation. Yes, very efficient. It is what I would do.
Of course that's what you would do.
It is a bit boring standing out here all day, however. I think I'll go for some dinner. It will be fun to think of them while I gorge myself. They'll still be here in an hour or two, surely. I suggest you run along before I decide to make you part of the fun.
Wow. Just wow. That's ridiculous. I'll be right back, guys.